Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be here today with Silva and Philip, who will talk about the Ansible automation platform. And before we start, please ask questions also in metrics or here or write them. And hope you enjoy the session. And now, floor is yours, Silva.
All right, thank you very much. So welcome to our today's presentation about Ansible Automation Platform as a service based on OpenShift. Today, my colleague Silva and I will show you how we at SIX use the AAP together with the customization to provide a service for our internal developers so that they can really bootstrap AAP on demand. So first of all, let me show what you can expect from today's session. So we will start with a quick introduction, followed by an explanation of the architecture of AAP2, as well as the basics of Kubernetes operator, since it's quite important when we speak about OpenShift that you also know this basic concept of operators. We will follow then by the bootstrap and configuration. That means how we enhance the basic operator so that it fits in our zero trust environment, as well as the execution environment, which goes then hand in hand. At the end, we will, of course, also show you how we migrated from the old approach, the Ansible Tower, to this new AAP on OpenShift. And to conclude this whole presentation, we will also show you then the challenges and the takeaways we had. But first of all, let me pass the mic over to my colleague Silva to introduce himself.
Thank you, Philippe. Hello, everybody. I'm Sylvain Chen. I'm a principal consultant at Red Hat. I joined in 2017. It's my first DevConf. I'm very happy to be here. I've been working with containers for quite some years, as well as with Ansible. And I'm glad today to present the work done of my two favorite products, Ansible Automation Platform and OpenShift all together. I would like to hand over back to Philippe, who will introduce himself.
Thank you, Bert Silva. So my name is Philippe Hutter. I work as a Kubernetes engineer at SIX. For those who do not know what SIX is, SIX operates and develops infrastructure as well as software for financial services in Switzerland and in Spain. Therefore, also zero trust is a must in our environments. From my background, I'm working with content technology for quite a while now, for 8 years. I started my automation journey with Puppet, now moving slightly, bit for bit, to Ansible. But as you may know, it's not that easy to let go someone's first love, right? So, but that's enough from the non-technical things. So let's move over to what we are, or why we are here now. So when we go back some years, when we introduced Ansible in our company, we thought about deploying this Ansible automation platform, or then the name was Ansible Tower on OpenShift. It was supported that you can deploy Ansible Tower on OpenShift, but it was never supported to have an operator. So officially supported by Red Hat. But we decided to go then, or to use the upstream, the AWX operator already back in the days with OpenShift 3 to deliver a service to our internal employees, which had all these benefits like self-service approach. They were able to use infrastructure as code to deploy their instances. And due to the fact that it runs on OpenShift, you had like this consistent lifecycle automation in place. But now, with the move to OpenShift 4, Red Hat officially provides this Ansible automation platform operator, which is quite cool. So therefore, also with the move to OpenShift 4, we decided to take this official operator. But as you may know, it's not easy to just take something, put it in a zero trust environment, and then run it. So you also need some customization. That's what we did, actually. But first things first. So I will pass over back to Silva so that he can explain what benefits this AAP2 really has.
Thank you, Philippe. So I will talk more about AAP2, but first, what does it bring compared to Ansible Tower? So basically, we have the decoupling of Ansible automation platform in two parts. One is the control plane, also called automation controller, and the second part is really the execution plane, where we will run the user playbooks. So this is really interesting in OpenShift because you can basically have it running really in a microservice way. Then regarding the dynamic cluster capacity, you can really rely on OpenShift to spawn all the different playbooks and job templates as pods. Before, it was not possible. Everything was running from the same pod, and this was really the monolithic approach. Now, AAP2 is really bringing things down and having like the microservice approach. On the bottom, you can see the automation mesh. This is to actually bridge external VMs from OpenShift. Unfortunately, when you deploy AAP2 on OpenShift, at least on the version 2.3, this is not yet GA soon, I hope, but at the moment, this is technology preview. So this is the difference when you run it on OpenShift as of today compared to the traditional way. Obviously, people can do this centralized management with automation controller, and you can have like different teams using that independently from each other and having really this as a service. And we'll talk more about that right now on how users can provision their own AAP on OpenShift using operators. But first thing first, we need to explain what is a Kubernetes operator, and Philippe will explain that.
Yeah, you mentioned it. OpenShift operator. If you just come from the Ansible environment, maybe operators are not the thing you're working on in the database. But let me explain it. So here on this slide, we see a normal OpenShift cluster, and on top, you see the API in etcd. So the API etcd is, or especially etcd, is where OpenShift stores all the state from the running applications in it. So what is an operator? An operator is actually a piece of software running in a container, which you can use, or which you use to automate tasks. In this case, you see in the middle of this picture, you see just as an example, the Ansible Automation Platform operator. This operator has so-called reconciliation loops. So it constantly watches the state of the etcd, and when something changes in etcd, it will apply the changes to the cluster. And on the bottom line, you see the customer namespace. So, but how does it work now for the customer? How can a customer or an internal developer actually interact with this operator? So there are the so-called custom resources. So users can create custom resources to interact with this operator. And as soon as a customer creates a custom resource, this operator realizes that and will apply this change. In this case, it realized that a customer or an employee wants to have an automation controller, so it automatically detects that and bootstraps the automation controller in the customer namespace. But is it only about, or this Ansible automation operator, is it only about bootstrapping automation controllers, or is there more, Silva? Can you explain that to the customers?
Thank you, Philippe. So we go over the bootstrap and configuration, but this is not, this will be explained in the next slide. Yes. So basically, the Ansible Automation Platform operator is responsible for the bootstrapping of the automation controller. We are really talking about the control plane here, and later on talking about the execution. It can also do the LDAP configuration bootstrap at the start of the automation controller. It does as well backup and restore for the of the database, as well as the upgrades. So every use case regarding that is actually performed by the Ansible Automation Platform operator. But however, in an enterprise environment, you want to have even more features. So we try to push the automation even further using the 6 AAP operator. This is an internally made Ansible operator that does the following. It will inject the subscription needed to actually run the automation controller, because you don't want every user to inject that. Then we will customize the UI to make it more corporate to 6. And then we will inject as well default settings, like external logging information, so that the audit logs are passed to an external logger. We will also configure other things, such as The container groups defaults with resource management and so on. We'll go further on that. But essentially, the users will create some custom resources, and then they will have everything ready in minutes. So as I said, we really focused on the Ansible operator to create this. It was used and it was created using the operator SDK. We could have done it in Golang, but here it makes more sense to use Ansible. Fun fact is the Ansible automation platform operator was also developed in Ansible, so it makes sense to actually use the same technology here. So now let me go further on the development and how we can actually not have conflicts between the two operators. So we need to make sure with this operator that it will come at a later stage because it needs to have the bootstrap of the automation controller. So we need to check if the status is actually ready to be used, as well as if the API is also up and running. Because this is really important because we inject some configuration and we will actually communicate with Kubernetes or OpenShift using the Kubernetes core collection. So we have different modules, Kubernetes info, we can copy files, we can execute, and this helps us to actually inject our configuration. But how about secret management, all the secrets, because actually in an operator, you cannot use the Ansible Vault. So for that, we were using the HashiCorp Vault plugin to fetch all the secrets in a secure manner. Having said that, having explained all the logic of the operators, now let's have an example on how people can actually bootstrap this within their own namespace in OpenShift. So in the following picture, you can see this is actually the deployment of the automation controller together with a standalone Postgres database. You have a standalone Postgres pod. It's simply one container. And then we have the automation pod, which contains 4 containers. One is Redis, the other one is task, web, and EE. The task is responsible for scheduling all the playbooks. It's very important in terms of resources to have it properly configured. The web is for the web interface that you know in Ansible Automation Platform, and the E for the receptor. So what kind of changes can you make to the automation controller? So you need to specify a custom resource called automation controller, and then you can specify how many replicas you want. You can specify for each one of these containers how much memory and limits, because it's important to size it properly. You may run this into an OpenShift shared cluster, so you will not have infinite resources. You can find more details on my blog post on the bottom, which will be as well shared in the references, where I share all the knowledge regarding the LDAP configuration at Bootstrap, how you can actually integrate the CA bundles to integrate your external services within your company. Yes. Then there is something regarding the scheduling that I would like to share. For example, if you want to schedule your automation controller within specific nodes, you can do it using labels. You can also spread them across the nodes so that they are not seated only on one specific node. That's quite important. Last but not least, you can use taints and tolerations to actually schedule them on dedicated nodes using this concept of node tainting and pod tolerations. You can find, once again, more details on that, having a lot of different use cases for this kind of use cases, for customization in the reference architecture. It was published during Q1 this year, so quite fresh, and so on here. But one user will definitely use this automation controller, which is basically a YAML file. As we said, it will install the automation controller within your namespace. But here we have the automation part, where we have developed our own Ansible operator. And here, this is basically the second YAML file which you can create, and it will automatically inject the license. And how do we do the mapping? Well, the mapping is on the following part. So we are actually taking the name of the automation controller so that it knows which one it can configure. And then it will inject everything and within 10 minutes, basically. All right. Let's talk more about day 2 operations. It's good to have it provisioned, but then you want to tune it accordingly. You want to do some upgrades. You want to do some backup and restore. You want to monitor the resources. So how do we do that? So first of all, for the upgrade, it's very simple. It's whenever you upgrade the Red Hat Ansible automation platform to a specific version, for example, in the coming month to AAP 2.4, this operator is responsible for upgrading all the automation controller you have in your cluster. The second part is regarding monitoring. Why so important? Because it can give you some insights. In OpenShift, for me, if an application doesn't have this kind of monitoring, it's just I will just get the pod information and that's all. But I will not know what it does, how many jobs it runs, and so on. So for this, we have also implemented within the custom Ansible operator the creation of this monitoring workflow so that we can scrape in real time the Prometheus metrics. So what do? We create an auditor user. This is a read-only user. We create it in automation controller. Then we actually creating a Kubernetes secret with this requested information, username, password, for example. And then Prometheus will need to scrap this information. In OpenShift, how do we do this? We need to enable first the user workload monitoring. This is to actually monitor your own services. And then we are actually using a service monitor. In that, we can say for each namespace, oh, yeah, I want to monitor this endpoint using the Kubernetes secret. So this is done automatically for our users at 6. And then we can display the information in Grafana. All right, let me show you an example. So basically, we have 2 panels. The first one is basically embedded. You can actually have, like, for each container, the resources that it's using. Here we are talking about memory because we had a bottleneck there. And you can use the container memory working set bytes. It's basically, for each container, you will know how much it consumes. And this is very important, especially in the case of automation controller, because it contains 4 containers. By default, the OpenShift UI only shows the pod memory usage. So it's very hard to know, okay, which container needs more memory. On the bottom, you can see the automation controller metrics. This is the information that we just scraped before on the monitoring workflow. As you can see, this is highly correlated with the first panel and the number of jobs. So I'm basically displaying here the running jobs in total. So at the speak time t, I know how much is running. Same thing for the pending jobs. Because there is a queue, you cannot process like 10,000 jobs at the same time. It's queuing, so it's very important. So if you want to run more jobs in parallel, we can simply increase the memory. All right. Having said that, now Philippe will take over and talk a bit about the backup and restore within OpenShift, and especially in the case of automation controller.
Yeah, thank you very much, Silva. So, I mean, monitoring is quite important, but what's even more important if something goes wrong, a backup. And the official AAP operator from Red Hat actually offers you the possibility to create a backup. It's not very well documented in the official documentation, but you can always go upstream and check the AWX documentation. There you can find all the possible configuration settings. With the latest releases of AAP, they even introduced 2 cool new things, and I want to highlight it quickly. So it's first and foremost the cleanup of all cleanup backup on delete. So whenever you delete an AC, so an automation control, it also deletes the backup, as well as the PG dump, so the Postgres dump, you can modify. For example, if you have some event data you don't like to have, you can exclude them and you can save some space on the backup. here we have the name. The name is obviously important if you want to restore it. And the backup is getting stored on a PVC. That's currently the only solution or only way to store a backup, so you can't add an S3 bucket or something like this. If you have done this backup, you can also restore it by a similar custom resource called Automation Controller Restore. There you just have to reference to the backup you want to restore. You have to add the name of the deployment, and obviously if you use the same name, you need to do some additional steps. It's linked in the comments there. And depending on the size of the backup, it could take longer. But you can always see the status of the restore in the status section. If that's said, back to Silva for the execution environment.
Thank you, Philippe. We talked about the execution. We talked about the control plane, sorry, so the automation controller. But then how about the users? They have it, but they want to run their playbooks. How do they do that? So we have the automation execution environments. What is it? Let's have a recap on that. We have basically, it's a container image. It's based on the universal base image from Red Hat. So lots of RPMs, OS3, and so on, where you can fetch to have like a command base. And then you want to add everything to run your playbooks. So we are talking about all the dependencies. Collections, libraries like RPMs or Python modules, as well as the Ansible core version. Everything together, we pack it, and then this is the image that is going to be used to run your playbooks. And so we can definitely we use that and then scale it out. But how does it work in an enterprise environment and disconnected? So basically, we are using Ansible Builder for this, but we will have a different approach here because we are not connected. So we need to do some customization. And basically, we are going to create, we created already the Ansible base images within 6. They basically contain additional settings, like we have the CA bundle from 6 to trust their systems. We have the private automation hub running as well to actually fetch all the Ansible collections. We have as well, regarding Python, the Artifactory for everything related to the Python modules we want to fetch, as well as the UBI mirror part, where we have actually everything mirrored there. So the users don't need to do anything. They will just need to use our 6 base images, and all the dependencies will be gathered from within the customer environment. Then what happens is, on OpenShift, how does it look like? So we have the control plane, as displayed here. We can see the resource management, like the monitoring, how much it uses in terms of memory, and so on. And then we have the execution plane. As I said at the beginning of the presentation, this is separated. So it's not running on the same pod. It's really spinning up new pods using this new container image or these execution environments. And we are here really leveraging them as well as the container groups. What are container groups? Is basically the pod specification. You may want to mount additional volumes. You want maybe to add more memory allocation to your container, and this is how you would do that with container groups. So first of all, you would use execution environments, and later on even customize them with the pod specification using container groups. All right. Now I would like to pass over back to Philippe, who will talk more about the migration from Ansible Tower to AAP2.
All right. So, we have a solution now, but you also need to convince somehow the customers or our internal employees to use this new solution, right? So, how does it actually look like, or how fast it actually is? So, the customers of our new solution can create 2 custom resources, actually, one for the automation controller plus the one for the customization. So he can do that actually in 10 minutes if he doesn't have it already. So we already have some templates for that. If he applies it, of course, he also needs to migrate their own Python environments, their old Ansible Python environments, to execution environments. And if it's done, he already has like an environment where he can run his first job. And that's what Sylvain said before. So we introduced this monitoring stack to also show the customers or to give them an insight what's going on. Because if you really have like 500 concurrent jobs, you may hit some limits in memory or CPU wise. So it really is an iteration where you really need to fine-tune human resources. But that's already it. So it's quite simple to adapt new customers to use actually this approach. So as that said, it looks nice and it's just easy to use. But in the background, we had some challenges when introducing this new stack. And we want to just show you the recent challenges we had. So not all of them, just the recent and ongoing challenges. So first and foremost, we have like the Galaxy collection installed, which failed with version 2.14.5. It's already fixed with the latest version, which we're quite happy of it. Another bug, and that was actually the trigger why we introduced the whole monitoring stack. It was that the task, so Ansible tasks was marked as running, but they were actually not present in the job queue. And the reason for that was that the automation controller ran out of memory. But it was quite hard to detect if you don't have really a monitoring in place. So that said, these tasks are already kind of solved since we adjusted the resources as well as the version is fixed. But we have some other issues currently we're hitting. One of them is the usage of underlying OpenShift node storage. It doesn't look that obvious, but the AAP operator, or the automation controller, especially the task container, uses an mtdir for caching their jobs. An mtdir on a local disk, you can't really limit. So that could happen that your task container with the temp directory fills your node, and if you have a shared cluster, that could be quite problematic. It's an open bug, and hopefully it will get fixed at some point. As well as the rsyslog configuration, which is not loaded when the web container is restarted. We have there a workaround to trigger just a reload with an API call. However, it's not fixed upstream. It's just a workaround we implemented. But even with these challenges, challenges are quite normal. We also have some takeaways. With this new solution, we have like a self-service for customers, for internal employees, to bootstrap their own environment under 10 minutes if they already have like the YAMLs available. They could use YAML, so they don't need to go through documentation. They can just use the template YAMLs and bootstrap their own environment. It's fully functional in a disconnected mode, as we have, since we have the customization operator, which does all this job for the customers. And since it's really based on OpenShift, you have the benefits of scalable and reusable containers. If you're also interested, or if you want to have some more references, we put all the references we used during building this solution on this slide. Especially the blog post right at the bottom. It's not used that we just have a full list of references that looks better or not, but it's really written by Sylvain. So if you're interested in how we did it, also get some more code snippets out of it, it's part of this blog post. Good. With that said, we come to the point where we want to open the stage to you for any questions you may have. All right. Last chance for any questions. We will also be outside, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask them afterwards. Thank you very much for attending this session. I know it's quite hard after the event yesterday, but luckily we got some attendees. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me well? Welcome. I am very surprised, like there are so many people after yesterday's party. It was hard for me to come. So thank you for DevConf and all the volunteers for their hard work for this wonderful conference. I am very happy to speak here. So let me start talking about myself a bit. My name is Ege. I live in Istanbul, Turkey. For the last 2 years, I am working on Percona's Kubernetes operators as a software developer. Before that, I worked as a system administrator and a web developer. You can find me on GitHub and Twitter. I don't use Twitter that much, but if you want, you can DM me for anything. OK, let's start. So Kubernetes is a hot topic for many years. And like we are now seeing a surge of interest for stateful workloads on Kubernetes. And like .on Kubernetes community recently did a survey, like I believe 2021. And they found out like 90% of responders think Kubernetes is ready for stateful workloads. And like 70% of them started using databases on Kubernetes already. So that makes me think why people want to deploy their databases on Kubernetes. You can argue because like it's a hype, and maybe you are not wrong. But I believe the reason is people like having a standard API for their whole infrastructure. And people also like the ease of scalability of Kubernetes, and they want to have the same for their database. So this talk is about best practices to how to deploy your databases on Kubernetes. And honestly, I don't like the term best practice at all, because it's very context dependent. Like you have your own best practices. Every team, every company has their own best practices. And like when people start talking about best practices, it always feels like a cargo cult to me. So you can ask, OK, again, why you did like select this title for your talk? I didn't. I am filling for some other speaker that already has this talk accepted. But it is the way it is. So like the title says best practices. So I shall deliver some best practices for you. So I will give you 2 best practices for deploying your databases on Kubernetes. And these 2 practices, I believe, like generally applicable for everyone. So first best practice is knowing yourself. And I can call this a best practice because just like it's come from Socrates. So I am sure it's generally applicable. So every product, every company has their own requirements, own expectations, their own way of doing things, own practices. And I see more and more with our users and customers, like people come to Kubernetes and like they think it will fix every problem of theirs. It will fix scalability. It will fix like automated failovers. But it is not the case in most of the times. Because for all this, you need to like understand your own best practices, your own way of doing things. So like first thing, I believe, before like doing a database on Kubernetes thing, you need to understand what are your expectations about your database cluster. If you want to perform a failover, for example, how do you expect to do it? How much downtime you can tolerate in case of failover? If you are troubleshooting something, where do you expect logs to be? How do you want to do that? So I also recommend giving a special attention to your assumptions, because assumptions are blind spots of human mind. So you need to turn them either into facts by proving them, or disprove them and find some workarounds. So if you are coming to Kubernetes to like have a standard API, and ease of scalability, you need a good automation. Now, of course, you can already have some automation for your databases. You can automate adding a new replica. You can automate failovers. But in Kubernetes, actions are not imperative. They are declarative. You declare a state, and Kubernetes has this never-ending loop that tries to reach that ideal state more and more. So putting the binaries of like MySQL, PostgreSQL, or MongoDB, like the open source databases, some of them, it is the easy part to deploy them to Kubernetes. You can build Docker images, and in 30 minutes, I believe, you can have a working cluster. It is the easy part. What's hard is ensuring the state matches your ideal. Because especially when we're talking about the stateful workloads, you have the Kubernetes state with the objects, all these API objects, and you have the database, which is stateful also. So you need to reconcile two of them, and it is the hard part. So you can try to do it yourself, but you will become day two guy. And becoming day two guy is like, life is too short. I've been there, and I don't like it either. So second best practice is using an operator. Rather than being a day two guy, use an operator. So it's not a surprising thing that like many database operators all comes from the companies that's already experienced on the database. They have their own opinions. They have their expertise. And what does experts have too much of? They have opinions. So in this sense, operator is an opinionated software. Companies embody their opinions, their expertise into their operators. And it doesn't mean their opinions are correct. And you should submit to them, like without questioning anything. So that's why knowing yourself is important, I believe. So you can verify the operator in question and see if it's a good fit for you. You can argue like every software is opinionated. And I believe it's correct, yeah. But as I said, Kubernetes is a declarative environment. And most of the actions of the operators you don't see. It's in the background. Like, it's not like you are running some commands, getting some output. It's in your cluster, working on your behalf. So it is, in some way, like trying to mimic a human DBA in the Kubernetes cluster. So it is very important to understand the opinions of operators. So you can trust at night, like your cluster is in good hands. OK, enough philosophy. Let's talk about Percona Kubernetes operators. In Percona, we have 4 Kubernetes operators. One is operator for MySQL. It's just regular MySQL with group replication, async replication. Second is operator for ExtraDB cluster. It is also MySQL, but with Galera replication built in. And operator for MongoDB, and operator for PostgreSQL. These are some features of our operators. Now I will talk about them. I will read each of them in detail. I'm just kidding. No, I'm not going to talk about them. Just look at them. Like, you will have plenty of features, plenty of things that you can implement your own best practices using Percona operators. Instead of our features, I want to talk about our opinions. Because remember I said operators are opinionated. So I want to present you some of our high-level opinions that affects how we design operators. So first thing is availability. For us, database availability is #1 priority. To have a healthy cluster, you need many components running. And we are working hard to ensure your database posts are, I did something. Okay. We are working hard to ensure database posts are independent. So that means no other component's failure should affect database posts. Their readiness, liveness, entry points, it should work even all else fails. You can see there is a, like maybe front rows can see. I try to do a marketing trick here. Maybe you can see the asterisk. So yeah, we are trying to like ensure database posts are independent, but there are some things like at least needs operator to be running in the cluster. So for example, in our ExaDB operator, if you like dealing with a full cluster crash recovery, it needs an operator if you want to do that automated. So I said database availability is number one, unless data integrity is at risk. I believe many companies can tolerate some downtime, loss of availability for your databases, but not many of them can like tolerate data loss. So ensuring we are not prone to data loss is very important. And for the sake of availability, we don't compromise data integrity. So that means like if we can automate some failovers with like ensuring data integrity is intact, okay. But if we can't, we are leaving a human DBA that's already like experienced in this particular cluster. Performance. Performance literally inside our name. Percona means performance consulting, and I don't know, like just phonetic thing. The company started as a like performance consulting company, then it grew with like support, training, and now software. But it's still in our DNA. So we aim to provide like acceptable performance for every deployment with operator. I say acceptable because like every cluster, every product has their own requirements, their own type of traffic. So it is hard to ensure like you deploy and you get the best performance. It's hard to say that. It would be a lie. But like performance should be acceptable from the day one. And if you want to fine-tune the performance, we provide some tools. Like Marco Tusa, our MySQL tech lead, created this tool, especially for the operator. So you will get like plenty of MySQL configuration options, the timeouts for liveness props, delays, and all this stuff. Like it gives you maybe like hundreds of different options according to your configuration. And if it's not enough, it can be. You can always contact Percona for consulting. We still do that. So people talk about Kubernetes is hard, and like I don't have empirical data about it, but I believe they are mostly talking about the troubleshooting issues. So we can say Kubernetes is very easy unless something goes wrong. So why troubleshooting Kubernetes is hard? Because there are many moving parts, and you don't have a solid ground. Everything subject to change anytime, because this never-ending loop. And now you have two loops, one even more, but like let's say two, one Kubernetes, and one the operator, because operator does the same thing. Like it tries to reconcile stuff with a never-ending loop, and it tries to reach the ideal state. And it's also hard because you have many different parts to look at. Like you have multiple containers in pods, you have multiple pods in cluster, you have events, and sometimes you have multiple logs in each container also. So it's hard because of that. And like there are like tools maybe you are familiar with, like strace, TCP dump. They are not working as you expect from like, out of the box. So Percona is also known for its top-class support. Like, they are really rock stars of databases, and like one of our elite customers. Making their life easy means like we need to think hard about troubleshooting. And like making their life easy means making life easier for all of our users. So it means we need to provide tools, guides, documentation about how to troubleshoot stuff in Kubernetes. And it was not a clear goal until recently in Percona about troubleshooting and how it's hard in Kubernetes. But now, like we are listening our support, we are listening our users, and understand it's a blocker for many people to come to Kubernetes. So we are committed to improve the situation for everyone, not just Percona. Like we aim to provide tools for whole ecosystem. And reliability. So we know we are working on databases. And I believe, again, people care more about reliability of their databases than like shiny new features. And then we can say reliability is a big feature that we can provide. So if a feature makes it hard to ensure reliability, it's a no-go. We don't compromise reliability, just like some use case, like supporting some use case. And breaking our operators is like one of my hobbies. I really like it. I really like to see them suffer. I also like breaking other companies' operators, but my manager said I should shut up about them. I can't say anything about them, so I will say. And by breaking our operators, like we understand their limits. If it will be a lie if I say like, yeah, we break them and we fix every issue. No, we don't, because we can't. But like with every experiment, with every failure scenario, we reduce the uncertainty with like documentation, with tickets, with some like make it hard to shoot yourself at the foot. So we are trying to ensure your databases are reliable. So in summary, I talked about these two best practices, like introspecting yourself, knowing yourself, and using an operator. And I also talked about availability of your databases, how it's #1 priority, unless integrity is at risk, how performance matters for us, and how we committed like to make troubleshooting easy for everyone, and how reliability is a feature. I now see no vendor lock-in. I removed it recently, but I forgot to update it. But yeah, ensuring we don't lock in users is not just our opinion as in Kubernetes operators, is in our opinion in Percona. So people should come to our products easily as they can go. So we are trying to ensure that in every product. So we have a new initiative called Percona Kubernetes Squad. Like it's like some people wants to be close to development, wants to influence it, and like you can have some like AMA sessions with me and my colleagues, and get some swag. And like notice I say users, not customers. We are an open source company. Every product of ours is open source. And we don't like separate our users with like paying or not paying. You can influence our roadmap by just like creating a ticket, like opening a pull request, a draft pull request to say like I want this feature. This is like a pseudocode. Like, can we do something about it? Because we care about users, not just customers. And contributions are very welcome. Like you can, if you want, break stuff and like create tickets for us. We have a community forum. So if you like have a problem or want to discuss something, you can create a topic there. And we have these 4 repositories. So like if you want to get your hands dirty, like you can create PRs. It's always welcome. Oh, thank you. If you have any questions, please, if you want to see me sweat on them.
Very nice speech, thank you. I'm wondering about auto-tune option and accepting that test. For example, for MongoDB faster. During acceptance test, I guess auto-tune option would interfere.
But what do you mean by acceptance test?
For example, company would like to, we have some feasible workload.
Mm-hmm.
We would like to test if our expectation
Mm-hmm.
would be this expected fraud. And on first launch of this operator and spin up faster, we would expect one performance.
Mm-hmm.
And within some time, thankfully auto-tune, we would increase this.
Mm-hmm.
So how does it work?
Yeah. So the question is like how auto-tuning works and can it affect acceptance tests, like when you assess the operator. So let me talk about the auto-tuning. We are using the container resources for database to understand the limits of resources. So we select some of the important configuration options that affects performance. Like for example, in MySQL, we calculate buffer pool size, InnoDB buffer pool size, according to your limits, and max connections according to your limits. In MongoDB, wire-tiger cache calculated according to your limits, how its ratio. So it's not like a continuous process. If you increase the limits, you will get more buffer pool, more cache size in wire-tiger. But it's not like always auto-tuning for yourself. It's dependent on the resources.
But it's great.
Yeah. Thank you. Another one? Closing in 5, 4, 3, 2.
For example, future of databases right now going to splitting storages, and some databases think about split their storages out of where processing computation
Mm-hmm.
is going on. And for example, blob storages, some databases, Elasticsearch. Yesterday was a speech about this. So talking about Percona and operators and provided operators for MySQL, MongoDB and Postgres. How did this future came for us? Can you imagine splitting the sets? Because right now, when we're talking about Kubernetes and
Mm-hmm.
databases, we talking about persistent volumes, persistent claims,
Mm-hmm.
and headache when we, for example, lost this link with our volume.
Mm-hmm.
We should self-heal
Mm-hmm.
somehow this lost data. And actually splitting and going out from persistent volumes to blob store
Mm-hmm.
achieve us stability, availability, because durability from blob storage are really significant.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you know, there is any work?
Well, like, if I get your question right, I am not sure if I got it right, but you are talking about like how to abstract the data layer more.
Should we expect some?
Well, there are some new technologies, not in our operators currently, but like Neon, for example, I believe the serverless PostgreSQL solution does something like that. They separate data layer and compute layer, and they abstract each of them. So you can have this serverless PostgreSQL experience. And in Percona, we did some POCs, like if we can provide this in the Kubernetes, how we can do this. But currently, our operators aim to match the regular deployments of these open source databases, MongoDB, MySQL, PostgreSQL. We aim to provide our own opinions, what we recommend our users, their deployments should look like, how disaster recovery should look like, and we aim to provide some automation on Kubernetes for them. So they are not novel. We are not doing novel deployments with this open source database. But there are some technologies coming up, I believe.
Yeah, I know that Percona support and extend databases. So operator, they not spin up community version or community versions.
We don't have community versions in Percona. So we don't have this enterprise version and community version. Everything, every feature is there, just a single product.
I mean, what exact version of Postgres, for example, I will spin up? Built in Percona or in community from?
So if we talk about Postgres, we don't do any development on them. The Postgres. We take the upstream version, package it, and test it and test with the distribution, because the important thing, we are providing distributions, not just PostgreSQL. We provide distribution in Linux sense, so we provide PG backrest, PG bouncer, PostgreSQL, and we test them together. So if you use one version of distribution, you can ensure your PG backrest, PG bouncer, PG pool will work as expected, like how RHEL, for example, provides this kind of trust.
So operator also PG bouncer?
Yeah, operators also deploy the distribution. So it installs the PG bouncer, configures it, it installs the PG backrest, etc. So you will have the distribution on the Kubernetes, and all the components, all these versions will work together flawlessly, I hope. So, and if you are talking about the Postgres version, we support, I believe, I'm not sure about the 12, 13, 14, and 15 in our PostgreSQL operator.
Are you doing any tweaks with your default configuration, or do you use just the vanilla instance of the databases?
Are we doing what with default configuration?
Tweaks, some modification with the default configuration, because in the default configuration it's not working well.
Yeah, we are there are some options needs to be there for operator to work. There are some options needs to be there for certain type of replication to work. For example, in MySQL. So yeah, we do have a default configuration. It's not just about the performance. It's about the some things needs to be there, and yeah, we do that. But you have the possibility to provide a custom configuration, override some of them, but not all of them. We will remove some of your configuration if it will break your cluster.
How is it to migrate an already existing cluster?
Mm-hmm. So there are certain possibilities. The question is how can I migrate my already existing cluster to a deployment with your operator, right? So depending on the operator, we have some different options. For example, in Mongo operator and in XtraDB cluster operator, we have this option called cross-cluster replication. So you can configure your cluster to replicate from your source database if you want to minimize the downtime when you do the switchover, or maybe you don't want to switch over but just have some disaster recovery site in the Kubernetes. There are also ways to, with MySQL operator and Mongo operator, you can do some manual steps to restore your physical backup to Kubernetes also. And yeah, logical dumps are okay, but depending on the data size, of course. Now Postgres also supports this cross-cluster replication. Okay, so thank you guys. Thank you for listening to me.
All right. Thanks everyone for coming on Sunday morning is a tough time. My name is Peter, and I work for Red Hat as a member of the OpenShift OTA team, which is a little cryptic shortcut for over-the-air updates. So we are speaking about ourselves more like about updates team. I don't really know why we still keep the over-the-air, because that's mostly irrelevant. We have five wonderful people, for my colleagues, and we basically own the whole update experience in OpenShift. And to be able to speak about what improvements we did in updates, I will need to do a little introduction about how updates work, like from generals, a little bit of OpenShift update 101. So updates in OpenShift, they're built in. It's supposed to be a no-brainer, click the button and everything happens like without an oversight kind of feature. And like it really is. Like before I joined the updates team, I was working for one of our platforms team, and we operated several OpenShift clusters. And like updates were one of my favorite features, because it's like you select the version, push a button, and now you see this whole thing started moving. Like the machine starts moving, like all the things. Like I'm upgrading myself, and I'm running 103 replicas in the new version. I just watch that for, I don't know, 40 minutes, then it's done, everything works. One other cool thing about upgrades in OpenShift, like OpenShift is a platform, right? It serves no purpose like on its own. It's supposed to run your workloads. It's supposed to run your stuff, and that's the thing you care about. So the one thing that's important for platform upgrades is it shouldn't disrupt the things that you care about, the workloads. And because OpenShift also controls and handles all the like content, configuration, operating system on the nodes, updates usually mean like you need to update stuff on the nodes, and the whole thing is designed to not disrupt any workloads as long as somehow properly configured. If you're running one replica of something, then like that's not highly available enough to not be disrupted. You can't upgrade a single replica thing without disruption. So OpenShift is architected using operator pattern, and operator pattern is 2019 kind of buzzword when everyone started writing operators. And the idea is simple. You encode the operational knowledge of something into software, and then you let that software like manage your stuff. And this is everywhere in OpenShift. So every component in OpenShift has an operator that takes care of itself, and there's one operator to rule them all that handles all these operators, and that one is called cluster version operator, CVO for short. And it encodes the operational knowledge, so it respects this reconciliation towards desired state idea. So there's a custom resource in the cluster that has a spec. The spec says, I want to be on version, I don't know what there is, 4.13.2. There's a control loop, like CVO continuously reconciles the cluster state towards this version all the time. And as long as like nothing happens, it just like keeps the cluster running. Upgrade is nothing more special than you like set the new desired version. The CVO notices, yeah, I want to be on this version, I'm on this version, and will start working. And starting working is like it will resolve the version number to something we called the payload image. The payload image is an artifact that contains manifests for all the like desired version of OpenShift, and will start to reconcile to that state. It's not this simple, right? So if I set anything into the desired version, it will probably not work. Like I need to set one of the known versions, one of the available versions. I can't write there like foobar will not work. I need to write there 4.13.3, and these available versions are also stored in that customer resource, in the available updates field, and it just lists like the options that the user have to update to. And these options are surfaced to the users in all the UIs. This is how it looks like in the web console. This is how it looks like if you use the command line interface. It will say recommended upgrades. There are four options in this case, and it works there. So, like, the question is, how does CVO know what versions are available for the current state? Answer to that is there is an update graph. An update graph is it's a heap of data that we serve using a service called OpenShift Update Service. It's served using Cincinnati protocol. That's a relevant technical detail. And like Red Hat maintains an instance of this service to which all the clusters in the Red Hat's fleet like talk to. All the clusters query OSs for update information. So if you dig a little bit more into update graph, it's all the possible update paths there are. So we test updates, and we have some intents about like which versions do we want to allow people to upgrade. So we generally like want people to skip from one minor version to the next one. We don't allow them to skip. And this is all encoded into like one huge directed acyclic graph, DAG, and that like contains all the possible options. This huge thing, the huge heap of data, is partitioned into so-called channels, which are like subgraphs of the one huge thing, and the channels like allow us to encode some strategies. So our strategies, like we have channels for individual minor versions of OpenShift, and we have stable, fast, and candidate channels. So in candidate, we include releases as soon as they get built. In fast, we include releases as soon as they get like published, like released officially. And in stable, we include them after they have been released for sufficient amount of time, and we know like soak time, and we know that like there's nothing like too wrong with them. So the whole thing works. CVO queries OSs and asks about the data in the graph, like for the specification of the cluster. And it could be like, it's really simple. Like CVO asks, hey, I'm the 4.11.4.1 cluster, and I follow fast 4.11 channel. Where can I go? And in this case, like the response would be, you can go to 11.2 or 11.3, because like wow, there's a mistake on the slides. The orange bubble should say .4, obviously, so not to be confusing. So it can't. So if it follows the fast 4.11, it can't go to the 4.4 because like it's still only on the candidate channel. So that's the upgrades 101. But like in reality, things do not often go as planned. And I've said like, we test all this, right? This like the OpenShift is heavily tested, upgrades are heavily tested, everything like if we have an edge in the graph, it's supposed to work. It's a real world, right? Bugs still happen. Like sometimes things slip out. And when we manage to release something that's slightly problematic in some way, we can use the control we have over the upgrade graph to steer away people from the problematic releases. So we can say, hey, don't upgrade to this version. It's maybe like could break you. So we have this power, and the question is, how do we use it? So one thing it's still happening. I think this was the first method. It's still happening. It's not happening like that much anymore. We tombstone the releases, which is like, yeah, we discovered there's a problem when something is still in fast. That's the purpose of the fast channel. So we will not promote it into the stable channel. Like people who are on the stable channel will never see this, thing, and we'll just like need to wait until the next release comes up and gets included in the stable channel. So that's one thing that we can do. We can protect the like downstream channels following cluster from ever observing the problematic version. And this has two issues. Like one issue, which is like one issue is, and I will be speaking more about this, is like it lets people wait. Like we apparently released 4.11.2, the buggy version, with some intent, right? We ship some features, we ship some bug fixes, and there may be people who just like desperately wait for this one bug fix that's supposed to go in like .2 version, the buggy one, and like they just need to wait. The second problem is we only protect this way the clusters that follow the downstream channels. Like if you follow the fast one, yeah, that's your problem. You can upgrade there because like we discovered the problem while this thing was on the channel. So while we protect the stable guys, yeah, the fast and candidates, we'll see the problem. So we can just pretend the version was never there. We just remove the thing from either the whole graph or just from the channel. Like there's no bug version, we pretend it doesn't exist, we have no problem, nobody will see it. Except the people who already upgraded to this version. Because like there may be some time before we manage to remove that. So that some people may have upgraded, and maybe the bug was not serious, or maybe it was non-deterministic and I haven't hit them. They want just to continue, upgrade, and their CVO the CVO will query OSIS, and the OSIS will say, yeah, you are saying you are on this version and you follow this channel, but you're not. That version doesn't exist. And this is what they will see, the red thing, and like that's a not best user experience, so we don't do this. The one other thing we could do is we just cut all the edges, which is basically the same like the previous with a slight little better UX because we will not present ugly red box to the users. We will just say, you are on this version and you have no path to upgrade. You can't go anywhere. Good luck. And I guess the obvious thing that we will solve this is like we will remove just the inbound edges. So nobody can go in. Everybody can go out if they want to, and that's it. Right? Yeah, that's the solution. Except it isn't, because we still have this problem of like we make people wait for the new release, and the problem is more pronounced than we would like, because like the real world is complicated. The bugs are not made in the same way, right? We could have a typo in the web console, yeah, and nobody would really care. We wouldn't block the update edge for this reason. On this other side of the spectrum, if we make a data center explode, we would probably block the edge. And there's a lot of like gray areas between these two. Also, the people have different sensitivities to problems, to issues. Like if you have a startup full of Kubernetes hackers who can just like take care of things themselves, they may be able to recover from, I don't know, minor bug or something, and they may want to upgrade. On the other side, like you can have people who just like really care about reliability, and like they don't want to see any kind of disruption. And again, there's a lot of like gray area in the middle. And still, the bugs themselves are like different. Like we can have like issues that affect like everyone, but we can have issues that affect like certain configurations, certain sizes, certain cloud platforms. The last one is very common. Like we can have problems with, I don't know, Amazon-based clusters, which means like everybody else will just not need to care. So we have this like complicated world, and we have just like this one, like we have a hammer of like we will like block the edge or we won't, and the decisions there are really tricky. Like if we affect everyone, we will probably pull the edge. If we affect Amazon clusters, yeah, maybe if it's serious enough. But if we don't, we will endanger the Amazon clusters. That's the problem we wanted to solve. This is the area where we wanted to improve our stuff. So we solve that with we call that either update recommendations, or we call that conditional updates. And it has two principles. Like first, we want to break this like one-size hammer aspect of what we had. It's like so what we did is we want to annotate the update edges with like enough information so that the cluster itself can evaluate like am I affected by this problem? Am I the AWS cluster? Am I the cluster with 100 plus nodes? Like am I endangered? So that's one thing. Like we have these annotations. And second is by always like removing the edge, like we have the power, and the cluster administrator had no power, right? They just didn't see the update. But the cluster administrators, they are also the ones who know their situation the best. Like they may be risk averse or not. They know whether this is like test cluster where they don't need to care. They know whether they use the impacted feature or not. So they should have some amount of power to decide whether they want to risk it. Like maybe they don't care, maybe they do. And we want in order for them to be able to make the decision, they need information about like what's happening, like what's the bug. So we did that, and so what we are doing is like we monitor the known issues in OpenShift for things we call for things that could be problematic, like either the problems in the upgrade itself or regressions, like if something worked before, now it doesn't, and if you upgrade to version to where it doesn't, like you are unhappy. So we scour our like bugs for this kind of candidates. When we decide, okay, we know enough about this enough known issue, what we can do is like we encode this the known information about this issue, and we encode this so that this information is included as annotations in the upgrade graph. So this is an example of such metadata of the edge. Like if there's an example, like if you go to this version from any version, there's a known issue. We give it some kind of like little informational name. We put there a little like brief message about what's happening. And we put there the PromQL query, and the PromQL query encodes the like self-assessment, like what is happening there. Like the cluster is supposed to execute this PromQL query against its monitoring stack to discover whether it is affected by the issue or not. This is how it would look like in the OSIS provided data. So it's basically the same thing, just in a different format. The cluster will self-evaluate the PromQL we included, and if it discovers I'm not affected, then like the user will not see anything. It will just as if there is no problem at all. If the CVO discovers the cluster is affected, it will surface this again in the user interface. And we put there a little like additional step for people to be able to update to these versions. So we will surface this, like we will say these updates are still supported, but we don't recommend there. We make you like switch a toggle or include like one more option when you do an upgrade to be able to see these like non-recommended paths. So it's hard to like mistakenly update to something that we don't recommend. And that's basically it. This is what we do. Like this is how we solve the problem, partially, I guess. So I would like to speak a little about the like what we discovered. So this conditional upgrades feature, it's there for about a year. I think for 3 releases now. We had 24 things, like separate issues where we used it, where we end up saying we don't recommend upgrade to some versions of OpenShift. So we have some idea whether we manage to improve the situation or not. One thing about this is the success of this is a little hard to measure because like one large set of people who are benefiting from it, like they will not notice, right? The main benefactors are the people who would previously need to wait for the new upgrade, even if they are not at risk. Like we made people on GCP wait for new release because there was an AWS bug, right? And now they don't wait, but they don't even see they would need to wait before. So we have no way to measure this, like how happy these people are. So we only see the people who we only have like good idea about the people who see the non-recommendations, and like the overall thing as overall feedback is quite positive, but with some nice like clusters of negative responses. So one thing like we discovered is like many people operate in like everything is supposed to work, and if it doesn't, they will contact support. So that's the world they are living. They are not used to make these decisions. So we have feedback about. You are informing us about the bug in your software. That means you are not testing your software properly. You should stop releasing buggy software. So this is something where we need to somehow manage the expectations. I sometimes like there was even a sentiment that it's better to not tell people about they don't want to be told about bugs because they can't handle that in their processes. Like they click the button, and if it doesn't succeed, they will contact support. That's routine. That's how they work. But we are now making it hard for them to click the button, and they can now contact support about whether they want to click the button. So that's something that like we want to maybe improve our user experience there by making things more clear, providing better descriptions. I don't know, but this is something we took. Second thing is something that we discovered. Like a lot of people have some. They don't update to the most recent version or anything. They will just test something in their lab, a certain update path, and they will plan, okay, we will update to this thing that we tested in 2 weeks, where we have a window, and if we, in the meantime, discover like some known issue, and we will like pull the recommendation, they will come to us and complain that, well, we removed the edge we wanted to follow, and we found out that there's a huge step, like things are mostly fine as long as there is at least one recommended path to follow. Like if there is at least one thing that shows up all the time, that's fine. But we need to be really careful if we want to pull recommendations in a way that makes like to makes that into the state where like no recommended path remains, because that makes people confused, and we definitely need to make the user experience, like in this case, when there is no recommended path left, like much better than it is now. So one thing that we discovered also is that like PromQL works like very well for us. Like it works very well for us to like for the cluster to be able to do the self-evaluation. But there are some concepts, some intents that are like either very hard, like PromQL itself, it's not the easiest thing to write. And some intents, like when we say, when we want to say these clusters are affected, they're hard to express, or in some cases it's even impossible. Like if we have no metrics about some specific like aspect of the problem, we will need to go to that older version of just like block the edges for everyone. One thing that's more like social than technical is like the continuous monitoring of issues and assessing whether they are serious enough and what kind of clusters do they affect and what edges do they affect. It's still a lot of toil that we don't want to do. So we just need to make this process of like from discovery of a potential blocker to the decision about like we will annotate the edges or we will not annotate the edges, like very, very short, and in some cases it's a lot of work. And the last thing that we want to spend, like this is more like our intent for the future. Like we know that like the user experience for this is not the worst, but it's surprising for many people. Like they are not used to make decisions about upgrades in this aspect, in this area. So we need to really like work intentionally with some UX experts to better like surface what like data we have, what options do the user have and stuff like that. And this has made a little problem, like little confusing, I guess, with like there are other like features in OpenShift where that somehow like they touch updates and they touch like risky updates. So there is like there's one other feature that that like prevents people from updating if the cluster is in some problematic state. Like that's a core functionality. If one of the cluster operators is like, I don't know, not available, we will, like the OpenShift will set itself into like not upgradable state. There's this like feature in the support where like that's AI driven, and it provides the cluster administrator advice about like your cluster is in a state that's very similar to other clusters that upgrade it and encountered some kind of problem. And these all have like slightly different user experience, and like they have there are many people like operating in this area, and we somehow need to make the experience consistent with these other features, like so that there is like, I don't know, one place where you go to upgrade, you get all the information you need, and you make your decision. So that's our plans for the future. So that's what I have. I will be happy to answer any questions here, hallway track, anywhere.
So I have one, maybe a bit too specific, because you say that you are doing all those recommendations based on PromQL. So from this, I assume those are metrics that the cluster collects. So how do I now solve a scenario in which I need to log or not recommend the upgrade path, not based on the metric, but based on the configuration? Like, you know, there is a CR somewhere inside the cluster. I need, you know, as a human, I would go to the CR, I would read it, and then my brain would make the decision. This is bad, and this is not a metric. I can say even stronger, it will never be a metric because I will not let this CR land as a, you know, as a Prometheus label or whatever. So is it something that we can solve today? Is it something that we will be able to solve soon? Or is it never supportable?
Yeah, I'll try to summarize that for the recording. Like the question is, if I got it right, is there with the self-evaluation criteria being based on PromQL, which means reading the metrics published in the cluster, like how to solve the case when there's no metric being published that somehow describes the possibly problematic area. So yeah, and this is a weak spot. So like if there isn't, so right now we don't have the solution. If it's not describable in PromQL, we can still do the old style blocked edge, which means like just pull the edge for everyone. That's the like backup we have. Many things can be made metrics. Like if there is a custom resource, there's an operator which operates on these custom resources, which means like anything you express in this custom resource can in some way be made metrics, even if like, maybe not for alerts, maybe just for us, right? But yes, so it's our we don't have the solution today, but the feature is architected. It will be seen on one of the listings. I won't go back there, but the PromQL is like right now the only instance of like I think matching rules, something like that. So it's engineered so we can build a new matching engine. So we would, I don't know, do something like something else for querying this. What's the name of the talk? So there's a little discussion in the audience. Like there is event-driven automation talk earlier today. There should be a recording of that, which like describes some new mechanism of querying the state of the cluster. That I guess we could build something out on top of this to build a new. Yeah, we could build something to use this to query the cluster. Anything else? Yes. The question is that there are people who see the version they want to update to, so they decide they will do it tomorrow, and until tomorrow, the version is gone. With the amount of people running OpenShift clusters, it can happen for someone. Like we always need to do the recommendation at some point in time, right? So one day it's available, we stop recommending it. Second day, it's behind that toggle. And this is one thing that that isn't the greatest UX, but we also kind of think that this can get better as people like will get used to the fact that there are some non-recommended things, so they can look behind that toggle and maybe see that version and see why it was pulled and decide, okay, I wanted to do that yesterday. We did. Like Red Hat stopped recommending it because there was a typo in the web console. I don't care about the web console, can still click the button. So this is one of the feedbacks that we are getting, and we want to make it better, but we also think it will get better with time.
What do you make the upgrades? Do you like say update 5% of your feed and then do versionally? Or so you might have the version before you stop recommending it, or
So the question is, how do we stage the upgrades? Whether we make them in like I don't know, canary batches, and if they work well, we upgrade the rest. So there are different answers to this. So I think these decisions are more relevant in the world of like managed OpenShift, where like Red Hat SREs are making this, like managing that. I don't know their processes that well, and I don't even know if I'm supposed to like share them. But we are like in the like core OpenShift, like the experience is that the customers make the decisions. Like they see the versions and they just like upgrade whenever they have the window. I don't know, their own considerations.
They can't automatically follow a screen. They always.
Yes, there was a lot of discussions about automated upgrades even for like them, but that OpenShift doesn't have that feature right now. Managed OpenShift does.
So I can tell you this from perspective of like one sub-system of OpenShift who does. It's not managed OpenShift, but still it's part of the product that that decides are we going to release this next version and make them available to everyone or not. So our process there was that we had few partners, so few companies that manage their OpenShift themselves, but we work with them, engineering to engineering, and we tell them, we have this brand new shiny OpenShift, we give it to you, and you take it. If something breaks, then it breaks. It's not your production work, or you don't care. And they usually will, they will try to install it, they will try to break it, they will wait 1 week, they tell us it's okay, and then we make it public to everyone. But this doesn't apply to everything in OpenShift. This, as many teams you have, as many different processes, this is only one subsystem, so then you don't have any percentage and so on. You just have two companies out there who are willing to be your, test cases, and you use them.
Yeah, I was thinking something more automated than, like, say, if Android updates, they don't update everyone at the same time. Like, it goes through the separate system to update through, and it doesn't break everything at once.
Yeah, maybe for people, managing Rota and this kind of stuff, that's the process they have. This, again, I don't know because, different team.
All right, I think we've run out of time. There's lunch, so it's not that sensitive, but there's recording and stuff. So thanks everyone for questions. If there are more, I will be happy to talk to you like outside of the talk. Thank you.
Now?
Can you hear now? Same?
Go ahead.
I just unmuted it, yes.
Test. Here. I think you can hear us, right, in general, but
there.
people who are watching the stream or recording, they will not be able to hear us. Like. Okay. Yeah, so we are here today to talk about teaching at the university. And I would like to ask you all if any of you would attend university as a student maybe recently, or maybe you shared some experience. Could you put your hands up? Yeah, not many people, but yeah, I see some. So I hope that our talk would be interesting and maybe inspiring for others. And in our talk, we want to share experience from the courses that each of our panelists, today panelists, conducted recently. And we would like to share with you experience, what went well, what would require some improvements in order to deliver things better. And we have today Tomasz. He taught his student how to master Git. We have Sharka. She introduced student to fundamental of technical writings. We have Maria. She shared her wisdom about development of intuitive user interface, and David was teaching students about software quality. And so we would like to maybe inspire you with our talk today. If you are having baggage of knowledge, to share this knowledge in an open source way with students, or if you are a student, maybe you would be looking forward to interact with teachers like us. So the first question will be for me. Yes, I am Alexandra. I was also conducting a course together with Sharka, and I see one more other teacher in the audience, Jirka. So the first question for everybody. Oh, I can hear myself now. So tell us about your class and about the motivation. Tomasz, would you like to start?
Yeah, I can do that. So hopefully this would work. So hey, I'm Tomasz, together with Irina Gulina. Hey Irina, if you are watching. We were teaching, as Alex said, mastering Git. And the reason we picked it was because Git is such a core technology in the IT. And if you want to learn how to run, you first need to learn how to walk. And we try to teach the collaborative aspect of Git, because that's what we do in our jobs every day, working all together on the software and everything. And every time we had a new people starting, we would need to teach them Git, the basics. So we realized, like, why not just go to the university and teach it, like, right there.
Continue.
Yeah, thank you. We were teaching a completely new course at the Maastricht University with a group of colleagues about the fundamentals of technical writing. And the motivation for that was addressing the lack of widely available courses on this topic. And we thought it would be beneficial to bridge the gap between how the students are normally taught to write during the university or during their school studies and what is required for the technical writing industry. Our course was in English and was open for students with different backgrounds from bachelors to PhDs, and we also had attendees not only from the Faculty of Informatics but also from the Faculty of Arts.
So, okay. I taught a course, development of intuitive user interfaces with my colleagues. Also, the motivation was pretty similar because there are not many courses about user experience, about user needs in the Faculty of Informatics. And we wanted to show students how important it is. Also, if you are a developer, you still are not developing your apps for yourself, in many cases, majority of cases, but for your users. And we wanted to emphasize it in our course.
Yeah, so as it was already stated, I was teaching software quality, and my motivation was a little bit different. I'm a PhD student at Masaryk University in the second year, and I would like to say that I had no other option, but it's only heavily recommended to help out with teaching. And my supervisor is actually the guardian of this class, and she needed help with, hi Bara, she needed help with this course in the last 2 years. We were teaching students how to do testing, how to write good code, manage code, so also a little bit overlap with Tomáš's things, continuous integration. Maya helped us with some UX design as well, so we try to explain students how to write good stuff, good code.
Yeah, that's cool. And I know that we all had some challenges during conducting the course, or maybe preparation. So would you like to share those challenges?
Yeah, so not this year, but last year, we had 20 students applying to our seminar group, and more than half of them, I think like 14 or 13, were already Red Hatters, either part-time, juniors or interns. And we were struggling a little bit with Jakub, our former teacher, that what should we teach them? They already know all the things, or we're supposed to. And it was a little bit challenging to make it interesting for them, but on the other hand, they were really useful in a way that they could explain things already to the other students. So we created mixed groups of 1 or 2 Red Hatters with other students, and they were actually helping us teach the rest of the people.
So, of course, we encountered a lot of smaller or bigger challenges during our time. But what I wanted to mention today is that teachers are people too. So, yeah, there is also like challenge for us, maybe more for first-time teachers, to get in front of people, to not be super stressed out, to be able to speak and actually perform that lesson. So one of my challenges was nervousness and some small anxieties, which can be, of course, done by some. If I have better preparation, and I will have in next semester, there is there is less more stress. Thank you.
We also had several challenges, but I would like to pick one specific because as we decided to teach the fundamentals of technical writing as an open source course in an open source way, it does not mean only using the open source tools, but it also means collaborating with a bigger group of people to get the best result possible. So we had a bunch of people preparing the syllabus, the slides, the lectures, and also being at the venue. So managing these multiple teachers in a classroom and also in a hybrid environment, because we had some teachers also joining online, and we also had one fully online lesson. This was kind of challenging in the aspects of time management and keeping the flow over the lectures and over the course. But I think that we succeed in this, even though there are some improvements, and we will address them in the future.
Very nice. Okay, our challenge, I would say it was kind of typical as everyone facing, because so we had capacity 20 people, and we got like 60 people who wanted to join. So we tried to make a homogeneous group so that they would be on the same level. We failed, obviously, and so that forced us to change the course basically on the fly. So 1 hour before the lecture, I would be updating slides or something like that. And I think that worked out pretty well, especially when we started every lecture with a set of questions from the previous ones, so that we would be sure that they still are following and learned from the previous parts. And that worked really well, but at the same time, I mean, we were correcting homeworks in the night and in the morning, 5 minutes before the lecture, talking to Irina, like what we want to actually do today. Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, thank you. That were interesting challenges, actually. And so I know that in the university sometimes people are giving a lot of things to students which are not actually then usable in the life, in the career. So what do you think, how we can bridge this gap in between academic knowledge and the real IT world? Could you answer?
Yeah, thank you. In my opinion, I would like to stress teaching the real skills that are oftentimes called as the soft skills. What I mean by that is collaboration, communication, feedback, giving and receiving it, time management, because your overall success in your career depends on so much more than just the student's expert level of knowledge. You also have to have all this package of skills that are needed to, and we as teachers, we can implement it into our lectures too, as we try to do it in the fundamentals of technical writing. And I would like to mention also having real-life scenarios, simulating them for the students, showing them a typical workflow so they have a better overview of what's been done and how, and they can also bring their inputs on improvements. And I think that working towards something that is really applicable, that has an impact is also a very important thing, because imagine all the time and energy that both the students and the teachers put in the lectures. Wouldn't it be great if this time and energy didn't go to waste, but it could be really used for something practical? And I also think that the universities should focus on specialized workshop and lifelong learning.
Thank you. Sharka, yeah, that's a very good point, especially with the soft skills, because we have these courses in our companies, but this is not being taught in universities, which is, I would say, really odd. And I mean, I would really appreciate something like that when I was studying. But I would like to add on top of that, like doing events like this, for example, DevConf, that it's free, it's on the university, so students can come here and learn basics of some technologies and reach out to people. And also what we were doing, like teaching at the university, I know that one of the feedback we got was when we try to say what we are doing in our day-to-day job, like how we are using Git and how we are solving these complex things, like students really love that and say that that really helped them to understand why they are learning this technology or how it's being used in our jobs.
Yeah, great, thank you. We will come back to feedback slightly later, but first I want to ask Sharka, Maria, what learning experience did students got from the course? Maria, would you like?
So, our course, so as Sharka said, we gave them an opportunity to, at the end of our course, to have like real life project, and and we somehow guided them from the very beginning, from the idea through the entire designing process, where they were gathering feedback, they were gathering like information about their users that they were creating this app for, till the implementation itself. So we guided them through the entire process, and in the end, they had this project that they can showcase like in their portfolio, and it helped them really stay focused during the entire course.
In our course, the students gain some basic knowledge and expertise in technical writing, which might be beneficial for them if they want to choose this career path, or even if they do not want to, they want to become developers, because it might be also they work to write documentation. But as an enhancement that I would see, especially in our course, was the part that our students were able to create their first small portfolio with which they could apply for their first job, or that they could reference as developers to have a look how a proper documentation should be written. And I also think that we gave them a very detailed feedback, because all of the reviewers put a lot of effort in giving exact, specific feedback, a lot of suggestions so they can improve. And I especially liked the last part of our course, which was delivering the last assignment through Git and GitHub. And the students normally, or when I was a student, I used to know that I have this only one chance to be successful, to deliver some paper, some work. And we made it a more agile way, as we are used to when we are working at Red Hat or any other companies. When the students submitted their pull request, reviewers took a look at this, they gave them some feedback, pushed it back to the students so they can implement it, and this cycle could go on and on until the students actually reached the level we wanted from them. So it was like, oh, your work sucks, NF, goodbye. It was like, oh yeah, it would be better to implement this and this, and I think that's the good point.
Yeah, that actually was like that. And getting back to feedbacks, if you are a student, please fill in this form. And we also received the feedback from students. What was the feedback from the students?
So thankfully, overall feedback for our course was very positive. They actually enjoyed that our lessons were interactive, but of course everything can be like more interactive always. So that was something that they enjoyed, and they learned a lot during those activities. What's more, also that our course was project-based, so they actually had thing at the end that they can showcase. That was also a really great thing for them. And some of them also mentioned that us giving them feedback and actually leading them or guiding them through the entire process, not just, okay, this is bad, just do something else, or maybe next homework will be better, but giving them detailed feedback the way Sharka said, that helped them a lot and kind of opened their eyes in some ways, because these people were software engineers, that they weren't designers. Before that, they didn't really think about users, about the usability of their apps. And during, for example, user testing, they realized, okay, my lecturer said like it's not good because of that and that, but when their peers tested their app, they realized, okay, that makes sense. And yeah, sorry, I'm like, go ahead.
Yeah, we also conducted a survey for our students to ask how the lessons were, and after finishing the course, we invited them to an informal session to get even more feedback, and we were happy that it was overall positive, that the course was engaging and inspiring. But what was the important part of the feedback for us is that almost 90% of the students want to be more involved during the lectures, to have more activity, which means for us for the next run to cut on the content, cut down the content, and extend more meaningful exercises.
Yeah, thank you. I know we received more feedback, but we don't have much time left, so I will continue with the questions, sorry. So what was the actual lesson learned, and what would we do better next time?
Yeah, so in my opinion, what we learned is to be more interesting for the students, and it relies back to the feedback part, to read your feedback and learn from it. And the other thing is regarding technology, that you shouldn't give your students assignments that can be solved by ChatGPT. Throwing technical writers more under the bus right now, sorry for that. So we need to try these things out if our lessons are solvable by ChatGPT or other AI services, and try to make it more interactive and interesting for the students.
Sharp also wanted to.
Well, actually, ChatGPT was not the issue in our course because it was not able to solve our homework assignments. But we learned a lot about giving the homework assignments. As a group of reviewers, every week we had to review almost 18 assignments, which was a huge work to do. And we know that for the next time we have to be more specific on what the reviewers should focus on, because as technical writers we are used to be focused on detail when conducting peer reviews. So for us it's normal, but for the students it's the first time writing something like that, technical documentation. So we have to probably lower our expectations or adjust more to the students' needs, maybe prepare them with a set of small exercises throughout the lecture, so that they are able afterwards to make the homework assignment. And also we have to, and I think we succeed in this, to grant a fair grading within various reviewers and also throughout the course. But I think this was not the issue.
Yeah, thank you. Getting back to bridging the gap between knowledge and real IT world, what skills teachers should focus on to give the students, to teach students?
Yeah, so we were programming, so I'm going to talk about the programming part. I'm not sure about the technical writing. Regarding languages, I guess it's English. But in our case, I think universities are trying to focus on more like teaching the language than the logic behind it, and I think it is a bad thing. The way we are hiring people at Red Hat, interns, going through intern reviews, it's getting more focused on one language, one specific technology, and I feel like we are teaching students to work with one technology instead of having a broad perspective and trying to work with multiple technologies, trying to find the right tools for the right context.
Well, I will repeat myself, but I would definitely stick to giving and getting feedback, because it's a very valuable skill. And also maybe that the students are not that fixed on the outcome, more like on the way to getting there.
I would add also implement that feedback. So, and the next question, we were talking about how we taught, but we did not touch how we get involved. So how can other IT experts can be involved in teaching? I know Tomasz would like to answer.
okay, IT experts involved in teaching. So yeah, participate in conferences and then maybe when you realize that you know something that other people should know or other people are coming to you and want to learn about it, maybe think about approaching universities and start teaching there. And you can really just start small, like if you are working on some open source software as service or library tool, make sure that your README is very good, you have contributing MD so that even beginners can come there and try to contribute or even use your software. And what really also works for us in our project is make sure that we have chat so that anyone can ask questions, can create issues, saying, I don't understand this, please explain. And if you can even set up video calls with these people and start there and maybe approach the next part, like speaking at conferences and then teaching at universities.
Just a quick thing. So right now, if you are a UX designer or a UX researcher, I'm looking for a person to teach UX part of my course for next semester. So how to get involved? Come to me and tell me you want to teach.
Yeah, thank you. So, and we don't have much time, and the last question would be actually about how what is the future of the curriculum design at the university? I know David has a lot to say.
Yeah, so I already mentioned the language agnostic thing, so I would add that here as well. Also, we need to teach students how to learn continuously and never stop learning, because I think there are multiple IT experts in the room. Imagine that you would stop learning today. How long could you stay in your current job without losing it? Also, so continuous learning, that's the second one, and maybe the third one is soft skills, as Sharka mentioned already. We need them a lot, even me.
That's kind of what we have for you today. I hope you got inspired. Maybe you have some questions. Yes?
Was there any student that inspired, like you, if you were presenting something and expected some result, and he came with a better solution than even you expected to get from them? So like when the student gets better than the teacher, was that ever happening? Or?
So, do I understand correctly? You are asking if we are trying to inspire students.
No, if the student inspires you.
If the student inspire us.
Better solution sometimes.
The student is better than us.
They solve in better way than you expect.
Who want to answer? Sharka.
Yeah, we actually had this because for our assignments we had, for example, some idea how it could look like, but one or two people delivered a solution that was like, wow, that's even better. I would implement it right away. So it was a big surprise for us. But I actually think those people were able at the end of the course to apply for a job. So I think we both, the teachers and the students, did great job because after this half semester course, they got some fundamentals and they were able to expand them.
Thank you. Any more questions? Yes, please.
Yeah, so we all are part of computer science. We are talking about open source project and all that. And you mentioned this ChatGPT. So given this AI solutions and also given the current downsizing happening in technical industry over the world, do you foresee that this computer science as a discipline will have less number of students in years to come? Because there's kind of pessimism in this industry as well among the young students, that what is the future of computer science given all these things?
So the question basically is if the AI influence in a negative way for computer science future, right?
Yeah, AI will not take away your jobs, in my belief. So if you have a hammer that you use for coding right now, you're going to have a jackhammer for the same job in the future. You still need that person who operates that jackhammer, and you cannot really You don't have the robot. I mean, you might have the robot in the future, but it's a tool that helps us. And if you ever tried it for coding, I'm not sure if anybody tried coding with AI. Any hands? No? Okay. How easy was to debug the code if it was bad? Was it easier than a person's or not? Because in my opinion, it was much, much harder because you can talk to the person and the person actually sometimes gives you viable answers. You can have a discussion with it. AI can explain it to you, but not always understands what it's saying. Did I answer your question?
Thank you. I don't know, do we have more time? No? If we have any more questions. Yeah.
I will extend that question in the way that if the students which are now coming to the faculties aren't like, are they motivated to learn this science because it all gets complicated and they may think, okay, this can solve OpenAI, so they will not learn the basics. They will not know how. So at the end, the OpenAI can actually be maybe even better than those low-level based students because they're not learning, they're just giving tasks to OpenAI, so they don't know the things.
Yeah, so the question basically was if the students are not learning but giving all the, let's say, homeworks to the AI. Is it correct?
Yeah, basically if students will stay motivated, I guess. Yeah, I can say, have a one-word answer for it, money. If you understand these technologies and you can look into the stack lower, it's always valued better, in my opinion. So if somebody will just try to go around the things, they will struggle with finding jobs because AI already taken it over. But if you actually understand those technologies and you can utilize it better, we can supersede the AI in this always, at least for now.
Okay, maybe say it in different words. Like coding is just one part of the job. Like when I'm doing my work, coding is, I know, 10%. I still need to go to meetings, talk to people, write emails, like create diagrams and all these things. Yeah, maybe AI will do that in 10 years, everything, and I can just chill out in Malibu somewhere. But right now we still need these people to do all the work, and if just the coding is the AI can do, like, yeah, it can help us, but it's not replacing us at all.
Did that answer the question?
The students are like motivated themselves because I still remember when I was at the faculty and I was giving some lessons, some students were there and they say, oh, I didn't want it to be here, I wanted to do it completely different.
Well, those students not passing. So that's it, who just cutting the corners and not doing the job. I saw one more question, yes.
It's not really a question, more like a comment. There is one resource that I found in recent years which somehow is tied to what is discussed here, mostly maybe to what Tomáš did, like a Git course. I know that I personally was not taught Git at the university, and I noticed that MIT actually did some course, sort of like a meta course. They call it Missing Semester of Your CI Education. You just Google Missing Semester, and essentially lecturers from MIT, from various fields, put together a curriculum of things. So there's Git and sort of like meta tools like text utilities, awk, and then there's a bunch of other things, and they put together an entire curriculum for full course about these meta tools that software developers use. So it's kind of neat, I think, because it goes into a lot of these tools and it's stretches the surface, but people at least know that this is important and they get resources and where to find more information.
Yeah, so the comment was that the MIT University created a course which is consists of missing meta tools. Yes, yeah. So yeah, I also think that's neat. And last comment.
Yeah, so thank you for this comment. Actually, on this faculty where I studied before my PhD, there was a course called IVS, Practical Aspects in Software Development, where they were teaching exactly these things: Unix philosophy, Git, and all the sugar around.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think we agree with you. And
That made me apply to Red Hat.
and I think we are out of time, but we are still here around a little bit longer. And if you see us, please talk to us. Thank you.
We were waiting for you.
I appreciate it.
Really? Okay. Welcome, everybody. This is Change the World One PC at a Time with Trashware. My name is Andrea Perotti. I've been born and raised in Milan. In here, you can see some of the things that I like, some of the things that I do. Just to answer the kind lady, I also work for Red Hat, but today I'm here with a different hat. No, it was not planned as a joke. I'm also I'm a volunteer for an association named PC Officina. And to be completely honest, I'm also the president of PC Officina since 2021. It's their fault, they voted me, I was not. But that's it. I want to have a quick chat with you about our experience and what we do. This is our agenda for today, so we'll deep dive a little on the association. We'll see what the hell is this Trashware things. We talk about open source, about people, and a small wrap-up, because maybe what we are doing in Italy can be done also in your home. So, the association, why that name? Well, it's very easy. It's a compound word. You take a PC, you take a workshop, an officina in Italiano, and you have PC Officina. Czech friends told me never say in the way we pronounce because it means something different. So I'm already saying sorry if by mistake I can say the C in a more strong way. Just bear with me. So our idea is to create a similar experience to what passionate about bicycle have with cycle officina, cycle workshop. Basically, places where you can go if you need to just fix a little something on your bike, or maybe where you just want to hang out with other passionate about this. We want to replicate the same experience, but in the IT world. And we not only steal from them the name, but also the idea, the experience, because it was really great. And probably it's not the case that many of our associates are also heavy cycler. They love the bike. Hello, hello, welcome. So the formal part, what we are. We are an association for real. It's not just a bunch of people. We have an official tax ID, and we have a statute. And what are our goals as an association? Well, we want to, of course, promote the aggregation and the sharing of knowledge, like maybe you already do in the open source communities that you are part of. We sustain and support free and open source, of course, and we also want to promote the protection of the environment, the reduction of the waste, and especially of the electronic waste. We want to increase the awareness about the usage of the technology. We try to help fight the digital divide. And last but not least, we also want to support low-budget computing, because it's costly, and we may want to have everybody to have the opportunity to use a computer. Where are we based? We are based in Milan, Italy, northern part of Italy, and the association has been created in December 2011. So we have a good experience and a lot of time behind us. So, but what we do for real? First and foremost, we have our workshop, and we maintain it free and open to everybody. We open our doors one evening per week, almost every week, unless we have something maybe to do around like other activities that I'm going to show. In there, you can find the tools, some very lovely iFixit tools that the lady is showing, and you can find everything you may need to fix your computer, from very easy things like change some RAM to maybe start adjusting something more complicated. We offer technical support with a very peculiar point of view, not just for the user, but with the user. We are not a shop. We are not competing with a regular shop, but we'd like to offer the experience of learn from peers. So you came with a problem. Maybe you have already documented yourself on how to do that, but you are not confident. And the problem can be, I want to install Linux for the first time, to I have a power outage and now the system does not boot anymore. Let's see together. The point is together. There is no, this is the problem, see you next week. No way. You stay where your hardware stays. If you go away, we are not responsible. And not only that, we collect computers and devices, we restore them and find them a new home. But we'll discuss about this a little bit later. And last but not least, we do also seminars, workshops. We try to share what we have learned. You may imagine that there are a lot of geeks in here, but it's not only a geek association. We have space for any kind of experience, any kind of level. There are people that on their daily job are art director. There are people that work in totally different fields than IT. Of course, we have also people like me and others that are programmers and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And the great thing is that we are not only technical. It's the fact that when the device is really unfixable, we don't just throw it away, but we use it also for other ideas, other projects. And so we try to give them a third life, maybe after the first and the second. So the treasure, the core of our talk today. Let's start from a definition. This is taken from Wikipedia. Treasure is a compound word derived from the contraction of trash and hardware. Treasure refers to the activity of replacing faulty components in electronic devices or the activity of making obsolete computer operational again. Great. So why doing treasure? Well, first thing, we want to preserve the environment. If you fix something, it will not become a waste, and it will not become a problem for us or for our children. Oops, sorry. Second, to save money, because sometimes, very often, fixing something is way cheaper than buying something new. Of course, we have to dip into case-by-case situation, but usually, if you know what to do, you may save a lot of money and have your system back on track. The third point is that maybe we forget, but computer has become so famous because they were adjustable. They can be expanded. They can become what we need them to do. Maybe nowadays with laptop it's slightly harder, but probably you may know about the Framework Corporation, the Framework laptop. There are people that still believe that computer have to be that way. And doing treasure, keep your hands busy and keep your mind that what is not maybe does not fit you now, it can be fixed. Also, because by doing treasure, you learn that things can be fixed. You learn that things sometimes get obsolete in a forceful way. And maybe by fixing things and by doing treasure, you also start thinking that maybe you are doing a political act. You are screaming, I want my right to repair. Yeah. And also because greater smiles when you do treasure. So the real and the complete definition is that with treasure, we have the main purpose of encouraging eco-sustainability so as to extend the life of devices and thus produce less waste. So the great things about doing treasure is that you can do for whatever of the reasons that we have just told before, and the other apply as well. You can do just because you are in need, or you can do that because you love that computer, that old Lenovo that has been with you for so many years. At the end, by using daily, you like it. You don't want to throw it away because it has been with you for so many years. And if you find a way to make it usable again and to continue to be with you, you are happier. So is trashware the solution for every problem? Unfortunately, not. We have to take into account that the purpose of a device, it's what lead and define what will be his fate. So here in the association, we have started thinking about when old is too old, and we have identified this scenario. So when a computer is just a computer, works fine, and with small adjustment can continue to be a generalistic device, cool. You are still ready to work. But when we start seeing that maybe the device has some problem, like a laptop with a broken monitor, and maybe the monitor is not that cheap to be obtained, not to be changed. Or maybe we have some onboard motherboard with all components in a single motherboard, and the monitor, the video card does not work anymore. So all those situations start becoming limits. And when we face a limit, we have a challenge. So maybe that device does not fit the general purpose anymore. But we can find a new use case, a new usage for that. Like, for example, you may remind the netbook era. Very small screen, not so powerful device. Nowadays, they are not that great. But have you ever thought about who is find himself perfectly fine with dealing with small keyboards and small screen? Kids. Why not use those small computers for educational purpose? We have plenty of educational software that can run on normal or even not so powerful computer, and they can become educational tool for school and etc. So it's not important if it's not working as a generalistic computer anymore, but it's important to find a purpose for that device. And this has something that we have thought a lot about when old is really old. And we in the association has decided year after year about some changes in terms of what computer we cannot collect anymore. So the first bullet points are way self-explanatory. But in 2020, we realized that we were not facing an hardware problem, but a software problem. The 32-bits distribution were not available anymore, at least not the most common one, and especially not the one that we choose to use. So we decided that it was not good to have them anymore with us. But that doesn't mean that we were not having them anymore. We stopped to collect them. We still have all the other 32 bits that we have collected in the various years. And in 2022, the story repeated. We realized the fact that 4 gigs were not enough for the generalistic use case. And so we realized that it was not good for us to collect DDR2 anymore. This is because we don't have so much space to collect all the hardware that we receive. So we also need to be careful about what device we accept. So right now, our target is that if a computer is dual core, 64 bits, and has an i3 family CPU or something similar, and as a consequence, it has DDR3 RAM, yeah, that's good. We know we can make good use of that. Why this specification? The point is that it's not that we are picky, we don't like old stuff. The point is that our goal is to give them away. And in order to give the computer away, we need to be sure that they can be generalistic computers. So while we are pretty confident that probably Linux can run everywhere, our goal is not to demonstrate that Linux can run everywhere. That's probably the retro computing goal. Our goal with Trashware is to make sure that devices can go anywhere. So what the average user do with a computer when he's not doing that with his smartphone? Probably most, all, some of those. But it's not only that. Sometimes we are all grown-up guys, and so we have to deal with traffic tickets, with the garbage taxes. We have maybe to book some medical visits, and so on. So all those needs have one point in common. They all need a browser. They all can be addressed with a browser. And what is the most important component that you need when you want to have a smooth browser experience? A lot and a lot of RAM. So we have decided to have standard in order to help us providing and setting up computer in such a way that they will last at least a couple of years. As an association, we are aware that those are maybe 10-year-old computer. So our goal is very realistic. We said if one of our computer can still work for 2 years, our goal is obtained. We are having success. In order to make that happen, we need to make sure that those computers will not last 2 weeks, 2 months, but 2 years. We need to beef them a little. And if we have the possibility, we pump up the CPU as well, but it's not so common. The components that tend to be available more easily are, of course, the memories. So we decided that if the computer will be a Linux computer, it will have 6 gigs of RAM and optionally an SSD. On Windows machine, it's mandatory 8 gigs of RAM and the SSD as well. And the license, because we don't do shady things. If the computer has been donated to us with the sticker, with the license, it's okay. If it's a corporate computer with licensing managed centrally, that's a nice and lovely Linux computer, full stop, no question. The point is SSD is definitely great for any use case. So also when we offer Linux computer, we suggest the receiver, do you have maybe some spare money? Because that will definitely change your experience. But it's not always the case. We have learned to be very humble and pay attention to who is coming asking for help. Because it's not so easy sometimes if you are in need to ask for help. So also on our side, we always need to be careful in proposing, but also listening. So if the person is, for example, has the possibility, we say, okay, just we can take care of buying that disk, you're just gonna pay. If it's not possible, it's okay, but then the exaggerated amount of RAM will also help us with the spinning disk. But sometimes it's really too old, or sometimes it breaks, because we test them carefully before giving them. So we have the possibility to, of course, have a creative use of something that is some hardware. But also we have created a very good friendship with another association that use broken computer for creating educational laboratories. Their name is Smonting, and it's a name game. And the meaning is disassemble and play together. So what they do is just use our broken computer for their labs. And that's some call circular economy. That's for us, it's simply great because what we can't use anymore, it's good for them. So in all this, how open source fit? Well, this is our regular regeneration process. We remove the dust. We change the thermal paste because one of the reasons why sometimes also old computers start getting older is because they don't dissipate appropriately the heat. And so the CPU start going, it's running slower because it don't want to self-burn. We check the RAM because sometimes the computer act crazy. It's just a poor 2 gigs of RAM that is faulty. We check the hard drive and then proceed with installation. And everything that is not just mechanical, it's possible thanks to open source because we test the RAM with memtest 86+ that we are very happy that has introduced the support for UEFI systems as well. We use bed blocks on spinning disk, and then our operating system of choice is Linux. Which Linux? Well, it's a funny story. Basically, even before I was part of the association, everybody was installing his preferred distribution. Everybody has its own, but there was also the opportunity, to use computer that is not your own without data. So you test the most stripped down, the newest, whatever, a complete mess. The problem was that people were maybe looking for some help from us, and if there was no volunteer that has installed Puppy Linux, maybe nobody has no knowledge about Puppy. So we decided to do something in a more structured way. So what do we need? We need a visually pleasant distribution because end user that accept to use Linux maybe he's not a techie guy. More often, it's if he's going to receive a second-hand computer, he may be one grandma that need just to check some emails for the health situation, etc., etc. Second point, all via graphical user interface, forget the console. The end user of PC Officina is not a techie guy, more often than not. We need to have proper hardware support and proprietary driver support because unfortunately the world is rich of various kind of hardware. And also we need to be able to help our user. So if they need a proprietary software that luckily for them work on Linux, let's make their life easier, not install the super nerdy distribution that is not supported by any third-party software vendor. Of course, need to be lightweight because we are talking about 10 years old computers. The most important things and what scares us most is the fact that more often than not, our computer are just fire and forget. We give them the computer and we never see again. So we have a huge responsibility in making sure that the user do what they need to do with the computer. The user do the updates that is not so common, and that those updates will not break the computer. So we prefer to have a long-term distribution, something that will give us the assurance that the changes are not that disruptive, plus documentation. And we also accept opinionated choices, but respecting the freedom. So the winner is the Linux Mint because it's based on Ubuntu, because don't force us with snaps, and because at the end of the day, it has a visually lovely experience, and it's coherent and does not just look like a dump from the upstream. So it's not my favorite and definitely not my distro of choice, but for our users, works fine. And that's enough. So I talk a lot about computers, but the core of the association are people. So our goal is to enable people to do what they want to do. And we are lucky that very often people that have great ideas need our help. So we like to think that our computers are enabler for changing the world. I'm going to tell you 3 stories. The first one is come from Verona, from the city of Romeo and Giulietta. And it was January 2022, where a psychiatric day center care asked us for help because they had this idea. There were some recent studies that demonstrated that through some cognitive games, patients or users of those kind of services maintain their mind active and has, on the long term, positive effects on them. But they were lacking hardware. They reached us out asking for help. We were absolutely happy. We provide them some desktop and some laptops. The great thing is that they came into Milan, so 170 kilometers with the entire community. So it was a great day for them because while the guys responsible for the daycare were dealing with computer, the rest of the group was visiting Milan, and they get back home not only happy with good memories about the dome, but also with the computers that worked fine. We recently have feedback, and they were still working, using them, and they were happy. Second story, it's always from the east part of Italy. This time it's Venezia. Don't need to introduce the city. And this time was a group of lawyers. They were looking for create a right spot. They were looking for a way to offer legal help, orientation desk, especially for immigrants, but not only limited to that. Great idea, 0 budget, need for help. They asked for some laptops in order to be able to remove them because it was a shared space. And in a few months ago, they received the hardware through a very funny story because a friend of a friend was going from Milan to not Venice, but till Padua, and then from Padua to Venice. But at the end, the laptop reached out the final destination. This is the third one story. It's also the closer one. In the neighborhood next to our headquarters, we have some schools that unfortunately suffered the loss of some laptops because they were stolen. So we heard about that, and we offered our help to substitute the laptop with desktops because they are heavier, maybe less interested for this. And then from that started a very lovely collaboration that ended up with change of display monitor on a primary and a secondary school because they were part of the same pool of schools. And the great thing is that after seeing as some of our computer working with Linux, and having one of the teacher that was very geeky, she had the idea to just rather than changing the computer that they were using, that were slow, old, and etc., and they were all using web stuff. They said, "What do you suggest us to do?" And we tell them, just buy the SSD. So with a fraction of the cost, they change the disk. They install Linux Mint. And the funny thing is that now the Linux lab is more loved by the teachers respect to the more powerful but Windows one. And it was a great success for us and also for the teachers that believe in this story. So, wrap up. In those 12 years of our association, what we have definitely learned is that start small is definitely absolutely right. So a good idea don't need to start immediately big. If you deal with hardware, make sure to have an inventory because it took us some time in order to make that the choice. Make sure to have a procedure. If you want to replicate our experience, that is really nothing special, but everybody can start doing that. make sure to have procedure because when people start learning that there is the possibility to do some volunteering with computers, may find that interesting. And so you want to tell them, not just by word, but hey, we do things this way. And they have a reference. And make sure to be legal because you don't want to be stopped by the law because you are taking short path. And also make sure to be a legal entity because if you want to receive hardware from companies, it's realistic that probably they can just throw away their hardware to Mr. Nobody. They need to have something that can track down the fact that one item that was part of the corporation, now it has been given to another entity, another legal entity. Be pragmatic. We absolutely love Linux, but it's not for everybody, and sometimes people need Windows. And keep in mind that if you start and if you decide to do something like this, you are doing volunteering, so it's not the technology per technology's sake, but it's the people that are your focus. So be ready to listen, be ready to focus on the person. Technology is just a way to help them and have fun. So this is some of us, and now I'm open for your question. Yes?
I mean, choosing a distribution sounds interesting, but it's kind of not. The interesting question is, what desktop are you running?
That's good. That's good. So the question is, choosing a distribution is not that interesting, but the real topic is what desktop environment. We have chosen XFCE because it sounds and it works in a very classic way, so also Windows users may find themselves comfortable with, but it's lightweight and it works fine. Also, the way Linux Mint package them, it's good for our end users. Yes? Can you repeat? Because I haven't heard.
What demographics do you have? Like, are you getting little ladies coming in with their ancient computers and going, stop working anywhere?
Okay, so the question is if we have a demographic trend about who come to the association. It depends. Usually are people from 50s and older that may have problem with Windows. And we also support that. But we also have some very curious Linux users, and not only among the younger. And they start using that for various reasons, because they're curious because of political behavior. I'm against the system. I use Linux, and various kinds. And it's funny. It's always funny to be open to the people because you find an entire kind of people. There was another question, yeah?
Do you see this being sort of sustainable in the future, or maybe even scalable in the future, given that the current trend in technology is to make things smaller and more difficult to customize and more difficult to do something with on your own? Because even the right to repair has become very contentious all around the world, basically.
Okay, so the question is if the activity of the association can be sustainable on the long term, given the fact that the industry is constantly putting all things in one single device, so the possibility to change pieces is reducing. That's absolutely a good question. We hope to be able to continue to do so. What we can try to do and what we are doing is to advertise and to make people aware that when they buy a computer, it's not just the cost or the performance the only point, but also paying attention to how repairable it is. So I've already mentioned in the past, I fixed the company that do, and they offer various services. So we have been given one of their tools with full of screws, etc. They have created a manifesto that you can find online and that really fit in that. We hope to continue to be able to do so. For sure, even if the industry should move in such a negative way, we see changes with 10 years of distance. So we have always 10 years of old computer that will be received by us before having to stop. Okay, last question, then we have to go.
I wanted to ask about the cognitive games that you mentioned. Are there any open source games like that available with some sound science behind them? Because even the commercial solutions are a bit problematic. So do you have you decided that those bear better results than, say, learning foreign languages or playing chess?
Oh, it was not our choice. We have just been informed that the use case by the daycare center was also to use those cognitive games. We really have we haven't not even seen those. We just delivered them computer with an operating system. Thank you very much, guys.
All right. Hi, everybody, everyone. I'm mixing up everybody and everyone. Anyway, welcome to our talk on scaling new heights with the Ansible community in 2023. We are Don Nero, who's off camera right now, but he'll be coming on shortly, and I'm Carol Chen. And I think next time we team up, we'll say Nero and Carol. All right. So instead of a self-introduction, which actually I did in my talk yesterday, so if you didn't see that, please watch the recording. I thought I would do a group introduction because we are really working as a team, Ansible community team, to enable and help and support the Ansible community. So as you see here, these are listed in alphabetical order, not in any kind of preference. This is only half the team, so the other half is here. So you might have seen some of us during DevConf at the booth, in some talks, in the hallways, and I hope you had the chance to talk to us. If not, take a look at some of these matrix IDs and GitHub handles and ping us online at your convenience. We're going to share these slides after the talk. We'll upload them so you can get this information. If you can see, like we are quite a diverse team. And I actually just came from a talk by Jem Adriaga about DEI. It's a really great talk. So again, please watch it if you get a chance. And she talked about having a team that's diverse and in terms of demographics, expertise, location, status, and so on. And I think our team has a lot of that. And of course, it's not just check boxes to tick to say, oh, we have diversity and so on. We have people from Asia, Pacific, and Europe, and US. But it's also having a diverse team helps to serve the diverse Ansible community that we have. So one of the main goals that we have is to really kind of make sure that we are being inclusive with the Ansible community, because Ansible community is very varied, not just in terms of the different parts of the project, but also the people's different background and location and experiences and so on and so forth. So hopefully as a pretty diverse team, we are able to also achieve that goal of being able to support different challenges that you may have, be able to just kind of bring everybody together and hopefully make everyone feel included. Speaking of this being some of the things that we have been doing this year in 2023 and making great strides in, yesterday we covered a little bit about, the talk yesterday is how to contribute to the Ansible community, and I mentioned about the new website, the new forum. Part of it, we are also hoping to get a better sense and understanding of what you think about the Ansible community. Ansible project has been around for more than 10 years. A lot has changed. It has grown in many ways. So, we've had different mission statements through the years. So, but we would like to something that will be able to kind of combine everybody's thoughts and ideas and feelings together. So if you get a chance, take the survey. You can scan the QR code or get the link. And again, like I said, I'll share these slides so you can check the survey out later on. Tell us what does Ansible mean to you, and what does Ansible community mean to you? Automation is kind of central, but what else do you think? Is it about the people? Is it about the different projects? We'd just like to hear from you. So please take the survey. I already mentioned about the website, and actually Don will also talk a bit about the whole journey thing in his part of the talk. But I just wanted to share some URLs. It's a web work in progress, and there's a repo you can check out. We are using Nicola as the static site generator, and we are working with the community. It's a completely community effort and public. And you can join the working group on Matrix. We have been working asynchronously. Oops. So instead of a weekly meeting, we just have the discussions in the working group on Matrix. And as for the forum, we have been running an internal test instance since the beginning of the year, I think. yeah, so we wanted to make sure that it will do what we planned to have it for. And we think that, at least for me, it has helped me a lot in working together with my team. So we hope that this will extend to the whole community and be a strong tool for the community to feel as togetherness and come together and collaborate together. And everybody's, hopefully we'll be able to welcome you soon to the forum at this URL. Speaking of events, I just wanted to touch on that we recently have Community Day in Boston as part of Red Hat Summit and Ansible Fest. But we do want to, again, be more accessible. So we will have, since Community Day happened in US in the first half of the year, we'll have one in Europe in the second half. Stay tuned for details. Similarly, for Contributor Summit, which is more contributor-focused, we had one in Belgium in February, and we'll probably have one in US in the second half of the year. And especially for the Contributor Summit, because we have contributors from all over the world, and we know that a lot of times people can't attend events in person for various reasons, so we'll make sure that the hybrid option is available and accessible to everyone to participate online from anywhere. The time difference, it will be difficult to adjust. We can't have one time that works for everyone, but hopefully we'll be able to still reduce increase the accessibility by providing also recordings after the event. Meetups are kind of more focused regional events, more like local city and regions. So if you're interested in organizing meetups, come talk to me. Anwesha, my colleague, she's not here right now, but she's also working on this Organizers Toolkit, which helps people get started to organize a meetup, especially if you don't have much experience. Otherwise, you can also help to share your experience and expertise to the toolkit to help us organize meetups from around the world. And this list is just the meetups in June, some that just has already happened and some are upcoming. So, it's getting active again after the pandemic times, and we love to see more meetups happening around the world. So how do you stay on top of all this news, what's happening, the website, the meetup, and what's going on? Please subscribe to the Bullhorn newsletter if you haven't already. So again, QR code you can scan or the bit.ly short link. And the newsletter is not just something that you consume and read and get information from, but also you can contribute. If you have something you're working on that you think the community can benefit from, like a lot of collections are community supported and maintained. Every time they have updates, they will share the news on the Bullhorn. If you have a blog post or a video or something that you created and you want to share that, we're happy to have your contributions. So again, there's a news spot on the Matrix channel, in the social channel, where you can mention the news spot, and then you can get your news item saved for publication in the next issue. And it's a weekly issue, so I'm supposed to do the weekly issue yesterday, but I think I'll do it tonight or tomorrow. Lastly, this is my last slide. We've been using Matrix for the past 2 years now, but I think a lot of people are still kind of starting to get used to Matrix. It's okay because if you're used to using IRC, we'll bridge to that. But if you're new to Matrix, we recommend using Element as the client. And there's information on the communications page. Some of you watching, perhaps you're already on Matrix because you're watching that through the DevConf Matrix space. So you can use the same login. You don't need a separate one for Ansible. You can join our Ansible space and connect to the Ansible rooms in that space. Mastodon is another social network that we have started to be more active in. So if you use Mastodon, again, it's not tied to one server or one instance. Whichever instance you're using, you can connect to us and follow us. And we can, we happen to be on the Fossidon instance. And you can follow us there, and we can share information on Mastodon. And with that, I'll hand it over to Don, who will give you more interesting talk for the rest of the on persona-based content journey. Yes.
Okay, thanks, Carol. Is Mike okay? Everything good to go? So, as Carol said, my name's Don. Hey everybody, I'm part of the Ansible community team, and today we're going to talk about, quickly, some of the work that we've been doing to strengthen the community, really, and support the users and make things better, because that's something we've identified a real need for. Also, we'll touch briefly on the central web presence that we're building. So to dive right into my slides, I want to start by disambiguating. You'll probably hear me say the word doc site like 20 times, so it's a good idea to say specifically what that means. The doc site, when I say it's going to just be a bunch of HTML files that are statically generated, and it's kind of a top-level landing page for the Ansible community docs. And that's the doc site. And here we are. This is a snapshot a little over a year ago, but it's about the time that I started with Ansible. I'm still quite new, and I'm learning stuff all the time about Ansible. But when I started, this was my entry point, like most community users. I went right in, let's go with the docs. Help me understand what Ansible is. I've talked to a few people at DevConf over the past couple of days that they're like, hey, what is Ansible? And it seems to be a common question. But when I got into the doc site, it was, there was a real mix of things. It was hard to find the answers. And I was looking for a quick start, for a hello world. I came over from middleware, where I've spent most of my career, and like working with like different JBoss teams. And I always look for like that hello world, get in, get started, like few easy steps. I want to get up and running and doing something, let's go. But when I was looking for something similar for Ansible, I got in this like weird loop. I just had the question, like, how do I automate something with Ansible? How does this work? Show me, And I found a page in the community docs that took me to like a Red Hat site where there's a video that didn't load, and there was a link then that took me back to the community docs where I had already been. I was just like in this weird loop, and I spent like 10 minutes just like, what even is this? Like, what am I doing? So that was just this barrier for entry. A lot of people are just like, okay, I can figure it out. I'm just going to give up and like maybe go to Reddit or, who knows. Another thing that I noticed while like navigating through all of the community docs and trying to like, I knew there was a lot to Ansible, and I was like trying to like navigate through all the different projects and like looking at their documentation. There was this lack of cohesion, like markdown docs that were just in GitHub over here. There was stuff on like Netlify over there. There were like a bunch of stuff on Read the Docs, but they were all in like different namespaces. So I didn't know what was officially an Ansible project. I also found like while I was doing this, there were like these third-party mirrors of the entire community docs. So there was a lack of trust. I didn't know where I was. I didn't know, is this like an official Ansible thing, or is it just like a project out there that somebody's doing? And there was things were just like spread all over the place, and different looks and feel, completely inconsistent. So why does that matter? Why does documentation, why is that important? Why should we do anything about that? Like, why should the community team even care, community documentation, kind of reading the slide to you here, but you know, it enables users to succeed, right? Like I think like for an open source project, like Ansible, like what made Ansible really successful is great documentation. You know, like when I started, like, you know, I was writing a playbook to do something, and you know, once you can find your way into, like, you get to the documentation, the underlying documentation is great, you know, and everything was there, all my questions were answered. When you do go to, you know, places like Reddit and you see people have questions, you often see, like, the responses in the comments, there's a link to the docs. So once you know where you are and you're in, you know, it's great. And like that success increases adoption, and, you know, that expands the project, and, you know, you get adjacent to like all these different things, and, you know, it's a real vital part of any project. So documentation absolutely matters as a force multiplier. So fixing all of these things, where do we start? You know, like where was kind of the point that, like, okay, we've identified like these kind of problems, like how do we go about fixing them? So I think we all are pretty familiar with the idea of personas, and, you know, it's kind of a UI UX thing, and like some of them can be a little, almost have like too much detail. You know, this is like George, and, you know, he's a Sagittarius and his favorite color is brown, and like all this kind of crazy detail. But the thing that really matters with personas, you know, you identify the user, the people who are, it's your audience. And the thing to kind of hone in on are the needs, the attitude, and the knowledge. I think those are the things with personas that really matter. Hey, there's Anwisha. So, you know, the needs for a persona are important because that, you know, that kind of explains the goals, right? You know, like what the user's trying to do. And you want to help the user succeed, so you need to understand, you know, what do they need from this? And the attitude is important because the attitude kind of gives you the level of verbosity. Like, say it's a, you know, a developer, and, you know, you're coding against an API or something. You want to know all the programmatic options and their expected behavior, so you can play around and tweak and tune and see what works and what doesn't. But if you're an SRE, you don't want to be playing around. You know, if there's like a flashing red light on a dashboard somewhere and the service is down, show me how to remediate that as quickly as possible so I can restore things and we're back to being fully operational. Knowledge, I guess that's kind of an obvious one. You know, that if it's a hobbyist, someone who's like maybe automating, you know, every time they like install like an Ubuntu distro, you know, and just, you got a playbook for that, or, you know, whatever you're doing. That would be a very different set of like knowledge to, say, like a solutions architect who, you know, goes into enterprise. So, you know, knowing the needs, the attitude, and the knowledge of the different personas really helps you understand your users and the different types. So you gotta bear with me. I'm kind of the king of protracted pauses, and it's Sunday. It's also Father's Day. I gotta talk to my kids later on, and there's a weird phone call, so I'm a little bit, but it's okay. Let's go. It's good stuff. So again, like once we had those user the personas in place, we were kind of like, so what do we do with that? You know, that's great, but how do we map out like the, you know, what the user is trying to do? And like, you know, so again, like coming from middleware, I was, you know, I've been working on like this operator and for Kubernetes, and that's why I learned about these milestones. This is actually the kind of the base Kubernetes journey. You know, when you become aware of something, maybe you read about it, or you're just curious, and then you evaluate and you start to learn, and then you adopt, and, you know, you're using it, and you scale up and out. So I think these kind of milestones, that's pretty much applicable for most IT projects, right? It's a very generic one. So, you know, we needed kind of a framework to, have that progression, the evolution of the adoption of an IT project. So, using those milestones. So once we had those two things together, like, we'll have these milestones. Each one starts with some kind of human motivation, and then, you describe that, and then, like, there are the specific tasks underneath that you need to complete that milestone. Along your, and they're the milestones along your journeys. So we started mapping these things out, interviewing people, talking to the community, identifying what these are, and we needed a way to. The idea is like, meet the community where they work. I think that's something that is one of the, actually. Before she left, Robin kind of imparted that bit of knowledge. I was like, yeah, that's a great thing. Don't put the, like, we started, like, while I was talking to people, we started putting things in like this browser-based tool, and had like these really fancy, really beautiful kind of like graphical representations of, the user journeys, and like, oh, there's this task, and they go on to do, and it's kind of like a tree thing, It looked great. But you couldn't check it into GitHub. You needed to log in, and you had to like register, and there was a limit of, it was a free tier. So it just didn't work. You couldn't give it to the community. You didn't want it to be behind a login. So we turned to Markdown because it's ubiquitous, and then putting things in YAML, and then in GitHub. So plain text, of course, makes it easy to do PRs and all that good stuff. So we started mapping out persona journeys, making things available to community by putting them in the repo. Everyone works in GitHub, so we created a repo. As I think we all know, naming is one of the hardest things in tech, and I still kind of hate the name of this repo, and I think that's okay. It's gonna, but so I created a really simple, like, bunch of Jinja templates, and some styles, and we deployed things onto GitHub pages, and there was an action, so people could look at it, and we could start getting things out to the community, and they could see what we were building. And that's when things started to get really fun. I think, like, when you talk about personas and journeys to the community, sometimes they don't really get quite that engaged. They're kind of, okay, that's great, but maybe it's a little bit abstract or something. But when you show them something, and it's like, hey, we're thinking about this new doc site. Look at this. Then the feedback starts rolling in. And we went a little bold at first, and we put out the, we decided to be, hey, let's really mix things up. How you doing? And the feedback at first, it ranged from like, oh, this is great, we can like change these things, and we can actually like build this new doc site. And then like some other people like, yeah, no, that looks awful. And we went through a few iterations, but as we found, like, Cunningham's Law was kind of our thing. And so let's not try and get it right from the beginning. Let's just get it out there. Let's be bold, and let's get the community get their hands on it. And as we went, we gathered feedback through the bullhorn. Sending shouts out, like we hit Matrix, IRC. We even like went to the folks on Reddit and just asked them, hey, what do you think? We're working on this new doc site. And the feedback started getting, we got a lot of great things from the community that we didn't think of. And they're like, oh, we need links to this, and that doesn't make sense. And so feedback started to roll in, and eventually it started to get a lot more positive. And when we got away from those boxes, and people stopped paying attention so much to the colors that we were using and the look and feel, and things started to come together. And I think people actually started like noticing those journeys. And like, oh, hey, you're actually telling me this is the complete step. This is the progression for like, I'm a maintainer, and here's the path that I can follow. And that's literally what we were doing. Like the guys in the airport with the glowing sticks are like, yeah, this way on the runway. We're literally signaling to users, this is the path you should follow. So we got to, if you go to docs.ansible.com, you'll see this. And we've got a journey-based docs site. And again, the whole idea is like, here are these paths. Like these are the if you're you want to get started, you can do these things. If you're a user, you start here, and then you build, and we've kind of defined those journeys. And of course, it's still a work in progress. And we're continuing to try and get feedback, measuring with analytics. We've added quick links. There's a toggle so you can like flip between the old site that was there with the cards if you still want to do that. But we've also been able to see how many of the users that go to docs.ansible are doing that. Some of the things that are to come, it's using the diataxis framework, which divides content types, and like there's tutorials, concepts, reference, and then like how-to guides, where like tutorials, it's task-based stuff that helps you acquire skills, while how-tos are larger, kind of more overarching sets of procedures that help you apply the skills that you've learned. Also, we're working on revamping. One of my first contributions to Ansible was the getting started, and we're working on revamping this so it can lead to different places and build out and make that path a lot easier. Also, with the ecosystem, we've moved everything under the same Ansible namespace. All the projects that are on Read the Docs, we've moved stuff that was over on Netlify, that was Galaxy and G. They're now in the same namespace, so everything's kind of organized, and you've got that trust, and there's the deterministic URLs, and everything's kind of in the one place. We're also working on themes. There's MK Docs for projects that want to use Markdown. Great, use the MK Docs theme. That's brought to us by Soren, who's on the DevTools team, who's been working on that one. There's also a Sphinx theme. And we're building a community website as well that will tie into all of this. And here's a screen grab of that. That's, there's still a lot more work to come on that, but that's going to give that central place where the community can come and find the docs, and then find the forum that like Carol was talking about in her segment. And so there'll be that as well. And finally, I'll leave you with the call to, if you want to get involved with this, one of the best places to do that would be on Matrix in the Docs channel. There's a, we call it the Dogs. It's a documentation working group. It meets every Tuesday. Everyone's welcome. And if you're curious to know more about this, if you want to contribute or find out more, please come and join us. We're a friendly bunch. Love to hear feedback, love to hear criticisms, and just, come join us. Thank you. How are we for time? Do we have no questions from the chat? Do you guys want to hear me talk for 5 minutes to... I'm sure I could. Oh, it is Father's Day, so maybe I got a dad joke in there somewhere. Yeah, I'm on the spot though, and my mind's just going blank. So I would, yeah, and I don't want to be. Yeah, please. Yeah.
Just a question. Do you want to translate this kind of philosophy to the way our operation hub and Galaxy would work? Because in a nutshell, the docs which fast users can use are not in the docs.ansible.com. They used to be at some point for Galaxy, with the built-in modules. But now with everything coming to collection and inherently visible in the Galaxy operation hub, the documentation seems to be kind of separated.
Do you know about automation hub, Galaxy Docs?
I well, I know like we're working on, oh, yeah, okay, sorry, yeah. So let me make sure I got the question right. Like the documentation that's on Automation Hub or Galaxy is not also on docs.ansible, or?
Oh, it becomes like a second place someone has to look for. If I take Automation Hub, which is the commercial part, and I just pull out all the collections which are available in the community, then the Automation Hub will render also the documentation based on what was in the source code. And that kind of becomes a second source of knowledge, the way of documentation. But if I pick up less experienced users, the main question is where I look for the docs for a module. Then, to me, they kind of have to be the same, or at least there should be some form of reference, because it sounds funny.
Yeah. Do you want to?
I think the docs.ansible.com is only community, mainly community docs.
Yeah.
The Automation Hub stuff won't.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
So the docs.ansible.com has mainly community docs, so the Automation Hub stuff probably won't be there. You have to anyway log in separately to the Automation Hub and access those certified collections and things like that. And even on Galaxy, I think the community Galaxy, the docs are also rendered on the website, as far as I know. But there are links from the doc site to Galaxy, but no, are there like collection docs? Are they rendered to docs.ansible.com? That I'm not sure. So they are. So that the package docs are. So should we like show them or something? Let's see if I can find.
It's a good question anyway, if you've got us a little bit stumped with the answer, but, well, yeah, here we go.
So there is like this Galaxy.
Yeah, I think those Galaxy user guides are a little bit stale.
So this page is uploaded past by people now, there is a collection index or past it was module index.
Yeah.
And that kind of seeing a duplicate of what's in the Galaxy or Automation Hub. And the question what's this source of truth in the end?
Yeah, what's the source? Yeah, I do think they're both pulled from the same source.
Yeah, so if something updates, both will update.
Yeah. Any other questions out there? No more questions? Okay, well, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much.
I shouldn't be answering docs questions.
Yeah, well, no, you have, because like,